Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. This is going to be a new venture, fiction conviction, a rebuttal to convicting a murderer. Tonight's episode, or today, is a rebuttal to episode number 8.
Thank you so much, Jack61, and welcome everyone. Welcome, beautiful people. Thank you for joining us. Well, guess what? Cam has finished. The sun has risen up again, and it's a new day. And again, guys, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see you here, and thank you so much for your support. As Jack61 had mentioned, what we're going to do today is present a new series. It'll probably go for a few episodes because what we want to do is we want to do a formal rebuttal to the episodes of Convicting a Murderer. Now, we've already looked at episode 7, The Blood Vial, and we looked at it in a lot of detail and we have spent a lot of time on it. Today, just so that we remain current, is we're going to have a look at episode number 8. And episode number 8 was indeed a very, very interesting episode. We'll commence our rebuttal. We reckon that it'll probably take 2 episodes in total today. Our normal time that we'll do or commence our rebuttal. And tomorrow, Jack61 and myself and the team will pick it up in a sort of like an open mic session like we did last time. And I thought that went really well. And again, guys, everyone here on the Foul Play team, thanks you guys for your feedback. And look, don't worry, it has been really, really tough going. There's been a lot of activity both on our Discord channels, on YouTube, and also on X, formerly known as Twitter, right, Jack61? There's been a lot of lively and fruitful discussion. At times it's been very, very heated. But today, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to do a rebuttal to episode number 8. And welcome, guys, if you're new here. My name is Dr. Silkman, and I'm from Adelaide, South Australia. We are all around the world. We have an international panel over here. But guys, for those of you who are new and you may have not heard of us before, I like to go around the panel and just a quick introduction because we have a lot to unpack. I'd like to welcome my fellow co-hosts. Jack61, how are you coming along, good sir?
Thanks, Doc. Yeah, I'm doing very well. I'm Jack, as everybody that's been in the community for years knows me by. I do want to welcome and people that maybe have joining us on Twitter, because this is feeding not only to StreamYard, from StreamYard to YouTube, it's going to Twitter and Facebook, which is a neat feature. And we're going to add at least 1 or 2 more as we get time, Rumble and probably even Instagram. And this is just to, as we've said a million times, and we'll probably say it a million more, do your own research. Don't believe me. Don't believe anyone here. Go do your own research. Make your own mind up. We have no allegiance to anything but the truth. Anyway, I'm from Southwest Michigan, United States, and been here for almost 20 years. And the weather has turned, and we're rainy and chilly and heading into winter. Welcome, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jack61. And I love your background. Are you looking for item FL as well? I take it, right?
Well, we got into some passionate discussion last night on X, and I don't see a bullet under there. These are pictures that were taken on November 10th, 2005 by Officer Reese, or Trooper Reese, not Officer, Trooper Reese. And there were actually 3 photos of the compressor. Now, that's not to say something couldn't possibly be behind that wheel. It's possible. I'm just telling you from my observation looking at these photos, they weren't interested in any bullet fragments or anything at the time. And so that's the photos that we have. That's the photos I shared.
Yeah. And like you said, Jack61, it was an extremely lively discussion. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We continue. And next we have Just Rhonda. Just Rhonda, welcome. It's great to see you here.
Hi, thank you, Doc. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Rhonda, as everyone probably knows, and I am I live in Utah, central Utah. We had a very mild summer, but we had a hard freeze. Night before last, we had a hard freeze, and my grandkids had already carved pumpkins and set them outside, and now they're all shriveled up because they froze. But it's all good. Halloween's still
Awesome.
going to come. So,
Awesome.
and I have a channel of my own. It's called Just Rhonda, and I breaking down and covering the Daniel Holtzclaw case.
Fantastic. Fantastic. And you do fantastic, a lot of incredible research for the community. Thank you so much, Just Rhonda.
Go give Just Rhonda's channel some love. Do it.
Correct. Subscribe.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you so much, Just Rhonda. And next we have Susan. Susan, how are you coming along?
I'm good, Doc. A little chilly, but I'm good. It got cold here in the Midwest also. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Like Jack said, do your own research, come to your own conclusions. I just wanted to add also, don't believe everything you see in Cam convicting a murderer, because there is a lot of misinformation in there.
Absolutely.
So, and that's why we're here today, to give
Correct.
our thoughts on what they have put out there. So I'm looking forward to it.
Correct. Thank you so much, Susan. Susan and everyone here on the panel has made a really, really good point. We're not here to change your mind, right? The important thing is that you go on your own journey, you come up to your own conclusions, but it is very important not to rely on any documentary, either making a murderer or convicting a murderer. It is very important to go to the original source material. And we have a lot of that material on our website, our Foul Play website, all free, no paywall. Go to your heart's content, right? Debate it, do a podcast, present your material. You're just as right as anybody else, right? We're not here to change your mind, but Susan did make a very important point. Do not believe everything in a documentary. That includes MAM, that includes CAM. You come up with your own conclusions, but we're here, guys, today to give our thoughts of what we thought of episode number 8. Okay, next we have Alice. Alice, welcome. Great to see you here.
Hi, Doc. Hi, everyone in panel. Hi, everyone in chat. It's great to see all the usual suspects. And welcome to any newcomers and any lurkers that are just listening. I'm in Bonnie, Scotland. And like us, it's raining. When is it never no raining in Scotland? But yes, it's absolutely chucking it down here now. So but other than that, doing great, Doc, and looking forward to what we've got tonight.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Alice. Next, we have Duke. Duke, how are you coming along, good sir? Good to see you here.
Yeah, it's good to be here, Doc. Thanks for having me, and hello to everyone on the panel and in chat. Really excited for today. Get a chance to kind of look more into episode 8. Obviously, one for me in my research. I do tend to focus a lot of my time and energy onto the burn pit, the bones, the remains. So I was really excited to watch episode 8. I'm always looking to learn something new.
Yes.
Especially in this case, we know that there's plenty of documents and photos that we don't have still.
Yes.
And my hope was that in this episode, we would potentially learn some new things. And I think after episode 8 and after, we discuss it over these next 2 episodes, I think it's going to be quite clear what the agenda of convicting a murderer was here in this episode. And unfortunately, It wasn't to educate and talk about the facts of the case. It was more so to push a narrative. And that's okay. They have every right to do so. It's their documentary. However, they did, in my mind, teeter that line between pushing a narrative and spreading some misinformation. And so that's what we're going to hopefully be able to address. And
Yeah.
like Doc said before, here at Foul Play, we have as many of the documents that we've been able to obtain, and they're free for everyone to go and view, and you guys can do your own research. And if there's ever something that you guys wanted to ask one of us, myself included, if we had any sort of information, I'm pointing you to the right spot to find whatever it is you're looking for. We're happy to share that information with you.
Correct.
So
Correct.
Thanks for having me, and looking forward to it.
Thank you, Duke. Can't wait for your feedback. Next, we have that cheeky lad, Andy B. Andy B, how are you coming along, good sir?
Well, I'm coming along fine, thank you, Doc. Good evening to everyone on panel in chat. And is episode 8 the one where we touch on Lou from the dog handler?
Yes,
It is.
it is.
Oh, good. Good. I like the dogs.
Yep.
So it would be great to dig into the dogs, and hopefully in the future we will have a dog handler on.
Yes.
I look forward even more to that. But let's have a good Saturday Night Fever.
Awesome. Thank you so much there, Andy B. Next we have
Doc. I just wanted to tell Andy, I really love the avatar. It's cool as hell.
It's a good one.
It's the best live album that ever was.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Andy B. Next we have I Don't Recall. How are you coming along?
I'm doing well. I'm from Northern New York, way up at the top of it. And I want to welcome everybody to Fiction Conviction.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I Don't Recall. And finally, we have Neverly. Neverly, how are you coming along?
Hello, Dr. Silkman. Hello, everybody on the panel and in the chat. I am from Belgrade, Serbia, living in Southern California, Neverly Hills, as you know. And I'm doing great. Looking forward to this episode and excited to see how much we have grown actually since Cam aired a couple of months ago. And that's really cool because I think people are craving for information and
Yes.
also, yes, for information, and they have tons of questions, and we're going to do the best that we can to explain what we know.
Awesome. Awesome. And thank you so much, Neverly. Remember, guys, these are our own personal thoughts and opinions. It's very important that you have your own, that you do your own research. Do not listen to what we say. Do not listen to what any type of documentary says. It's important that you come up with your own conclusions. Jack 61. Thank you, Neverly. Jack 61.
Just one more thing, just to remind people, as you know, as you have seen over the years, that we like to produce documents to back up our opinions and to show you where we get the information from. So it's really not 100% speculation or 100% just opinion. We are using documents, footage, and so forth. So I find that really helpful and also calming, gives me confidence to think and to draw my own conclusions.
Correct. Thank you so much, Neverly. And the other important point is, guys, we don't all agree with each other. We've got our own ideas, we've got our own thoughts and things like that. We have varying, vast different opinions on what took place. And that's a real healthy environment. And we're not scared to ask and be asked tough questions. Susan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on Convicting a Murderer and the way that they lumped all truthers together to be crazy, basically. Or, comparing us with these ones that were sending hate mail or hate messages and, coming up with these wild, stupid theories like this cow theory and stuff. It was really misrepresented, I think. Yes,
and trying to run down some lady in Canada that somebody,
Right.
a few people say is Teresa that's fled the country. It is
Another
such
one of the crazy theories.
It's such bullshit.
And it was, I think it was unfair to the bulk of this community to paint it in the way that they painted it.
Absolutely.
We are sincere people that are looking for the truth in this case. We don't feel we've gotten it. We don't feel that Cam brought us any closer to that truth of actually what happened to
No.
Teresa Halbach, and that's what we care about.
No.
Correct, 100% correct. And Jack 61 will attest that some people that have come onto X and Twitter to debate myself and Jack 61 and others come from the opinion that we're part of a cult. We're totally stupid. We're blindsided. We don't,
We just watched Making a Murderer, made a decision, and that's not true at all.
Correct.
I think I can attest. Doc, probably you can say as well. All of us have left Making a Murderer behind years ago.
Yep, a long time ago. Correct.
Yeah.
And the important thing here is that we're not here to defend Stephen and his character. Right?
No.
We all agree Stephen Avery had done a lot of bad stuff throughout his life as a young person, and when he was out of prison, the things that he did, you cannot condone. He did some terrible things. He had many, many problems and many, many issues, and we're not defending his character. We are here, as Susan said, to find the truth. We want to determine whether both him and his 16-year-old nephew, Brendan Dassey, had murdered Teresa Halbach. And it is very important that you are able to put his bad character, his bad personality aside and examine the facts. That's the important thing. Put away all the emotion, put away all the emotional baggage, look at the facts. And hence, what we do here on the Foul Play team, to the best of our ability, is that we always go to the original sources, the source material. And I can tell you, we have actually gone through and read and recorded all of the testimonies, cover to cover. We have gone through Mr. Kratz's book, cover to cover, and we've had open mics, other presentations where we've looked at a huge amount of material. So I think the Foul Play team is in a good position to do a rebuttal of Convicting a Murderer. Why? Most of us were on the program, and we were interviewed 3 years ago, right? And I reckon in total we appeared for what, 2 minutes, guys, in total? In all
Something
10
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Our interviews were probably all told, all four of them, probably approaching 25 hours worth of recording, something like that. I don't remember exactly, but it was a lot.
Correct. We were interviewed for a long period of time. And guys, It's fantastic to see a lot of people in chat already. So Jack 61, so we...
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, Doc. Just to quickly say, rumor has it, thank you so much. Rumor has it, became a member for 7 months. And she says, please support Foul Play, #Truth Wins. So thank you very much for that, rumor has it. It is very, very much appreciated. We love that you support us like that. And we couldn't do this if it wasn't for the interactions with the audience and everything like that. So we like when you come in and give questions and things like that. So thank you, rumor has it. That's fantastic.
Awesome. And Anthony Hills, I'm not wearing any makeup. No makeup,
Yeah.
I promise you. Well, look, guys.
Doc,
Yes.
Doc, I just had one, well, basically one more thing, and then we're going to get into it because we've talked a lot. Because, of the polarizing nature of these events, and there's basically, two sides. We get it. We understand. I've been through it for almost 8 years now. Please keep your comments civil. If you feel yourself getting pissed off and mad and you're going to say something out of line, don't do it. Get up and walk away. Come back.
Correct.
Remove your anger, and if you've got a question, don't ask it in anger. Now, we don't want to see anybody get thrown out of here. But let me tell you, the mods will throw your ass out if you get out of line.
Yeah.
We want a civil debate, civil discussion, and we can agree to disagree and move on. So please, everyone, let's do that.
Correct. And
thank you, Doc.
And thank you. And that goes both ways as well. Like I said, I'm only new to X, formerly known as Twitter, and I've interacted with some fantastic people that I've never ever met before. Some great comments, some great discussions. There's a lot of passion. There's a lot of heat. And certainly Convicting a Murderer has really opened things up. So guys, let's make a start. Jack 61, if we can have a look at the very, very first slide, our opening slide, we can move forward. And if anyone sees anybody in chat, is someone able to call out who's actually in chat? So, yeah.
I could do it, Doc. Yeah, just let me get back up. Let me get back up the top here.
Yeah, let's call out who's in chat.
Jaznaz was in there. My God, we've got a lot of people in tonight.
Awesome.
Let's see. There we go. We've got Jaznaz. Hi, Jaznaz. Jack is in chat and on panel. We've got JD. Hello, JD. Great to see you. We've got Jamie Prosser. Hi, Jamie. Lovely to see you. Clive Coolidge. Hi, Clive. Thanks for reminding me the clocks go back tonight for us. Gloria. Hi, lovely Gloria. Great to see you. We've got Double D. Hello, Double D. Passive Bear. We have Random Pieces. Hi, Random Pieces. We've got Charlotte Dowling. Alligator 57. Our lovely friend, Wooden Pallet, Pete Moss is in chat. Hello, my friend. We've got Rhonda SD, Anthony D. We have our lovely Susan in chat as well as on panel. We've got Nan's Life. We've got Nanny Angie Dickinson. Hi, Angie. Lovely to see you. We've got Duke in chat and on panel. We've got our friend Graham Moss. Cher. Courtney Larcombe. We've got Anthony House. Hi, Anthony. We've got our celebrity star, Stella 442. Hi, Stella. We've got Nan's Life. Hi, Nan's Life. We've got Foul Play, which is Neverly in chat at the moment. Master Cedar has joined us. Hi, Master Cedar. Cherie, I don't recall, who's on panel as well. We've got Lola Blue Skies, who's finally made it to a live. Hi, Lola. Great to see you.
Welcome.
Anthony House, I think. Cassandra Smith. Hi, Cassandra. Scooby the dog. Our lovely Nosy Wren. We've got Jennifer Manning. Justine J. Hi, Justine. Great to see you. Rumor has it we've got Behind the Magic. Hi, Behind the Magic. Great to see you here.
Welcome.
We've got, let's see who else. Danny Mellis. Hi, Danny. Great to see you back in chat with us. We've got, let's see who else have we got. We've got the lovely Cher. Hello, Cher. Great to see you. We've got Gloria. Hi, Gloria. Lovely to see you. We've got Nance Hand. Hi, Nance.
Welcome.
Great to have you with us again in chat. Who else have we got? Let's see. We've got our friend Ronald D. Cass from the Ozarks. Hi, Ronald D. We've got Super Mario Maker, 2 Glitch Hunters. Hello from Liverpool. And hello to you from Scotland. Let's see. We've got Jamie. Andy B is in chat as well. Our friend T1 is in chat. Hi, T1. Oh, welcome. We've got Happy Feet, who is a new name that I've not seen before. Welcome, Happy Feet, to Foul Play from Pennsylvania. We've got Jane the Dane. Hi to Jane the Dane. Lovely to see you in chat. We've got our friend Hugh Fraser. Hi, Hugh Fraser. Great to see you with us. And awesome. Neverly as well. And I think that's us for now. If I've missed your name, I do apologise. When we go on a wee break or a wee stop, I will get back to you.
And I'll also thank you so much there, Alice. Also like to welcome Jamie Prosser. I've been having some great discussions with him on X, and welcome. Please ask as many questions as you like, and we'll try and answer them during the podcast. But guys, as you know, today what we're going to be doing is having a look at CAM episode 8. Now, this one was a very, very intriguing episode entitled Bones. And as you know, on the Foul Play team, we've got a lot of people who are definitely interested in the bones and the burn pit. And we have spent a considerable amount of time over many, many years looking at the forensic evidence, the human cremains, looking at the reports of Dr. Eisenberg, etc., etc. And we've been doing recently reading with the crew, where we have been looking at the canines. So I just want to say straight up front, none of us here on the panel are experts in the canines, either human remains detection dogs or scent dogs. We understand how they work, how they function, but we're not experts. But I'm yes,
Doc,
Jack 61.
just a quick interruption here.
Yes.
We are trying to get an expert dog handler, both in tracking and cadaver. He's got decades of experience. We just haven't aligned our schedules yet, but we're trying to get him on so he can help us understand it all. Just wanted to say that.
Correct. And I was very fortunate. I encountered a gentleman on X who actually is a canine dog handler. And I gave him the information, the pertinent information about scent track number 3 and number 6 done by Loof. And what he's going to do for us, he's going to independently check the weather conditions, the terrain of the Avery salvage yard, and essentially work out where live scent potentially can be lodged. So again, that goes to show the power of the community. I had no idea who this gentleman was, but he is actually a professional canine dog handler. And he's going to have a look at it independently. And also we have Scooby-Doo Dog, and she personally knows a professional canine dog handler, and that's who we're going to get onto the show. And again, guys, we are interactive, and we love your feedback, and we tell you up front, when we don't know, when we do not have expertise in a particular area, we don't make it up. We tell you straight. So thank you so much, Jack 61. So with this particular episode, again, guys, what we're going to do is make comments on this particular episode entitled Bones. Again, if you like what we do, please subscribe, put your DNA on the thumbs up button, and share our podcast. Our community has grown really, really well, and we thank you guys for your support. Now, Jack 61, can we please have a look at the very first, it was a video, a short video. Do you have that available? It's the very first clip. And this is the introduction of Sarah Fausk. So what we're going to do, guys, is very simple. We're going to be playing a few clips from this particular episode, and we're going to discuss it. And guys, even you guys in chat, please write down your questions. And furthermore, we're going to add our own information as well to give a balanced approach. So Jack 61, if you've got that very first clip, that'd be awesome. So we'll just wait for that to queue up. These are relatively short clips as well. Jack 61.
I've got it, Doc. Just to add to what Doc said, if you have a question, please put a Q in front of it so the moderators can see it. And that way we can, at least if we don't get to it immediately, we can flag it and we can come back to it. So, all right, here we go. Here's clip 1.
Thank you so much.
The thing I knew was that Teresa Hallbach has been reported missing. I remember arriving on scene and there was lots of vehicles, going through the check-in process and then going to speak to Sheriff Poggle and told him I needed a scent article. A scent article is necessary when you're doing tracking. So I had them collect several pairs of shoes from the Hallbach family of Teresa's. We worked the area, and then there was this big berm a very large berm that was just, if you're looking at his garage, it was just to the right of the trailer. And it's back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, highly animated, head down, tail up. She didn't care if I was behind her, if it could have saved her life. And I said, she's here. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to tell you, but my dog's telling me that she's here.
Right. Thank you so much, Jack61. So really, the episode started off with a bang, right? And, no mincing words here. That's Sarah Fausk. And Sarah Fausk, she's the dog handler of Loof. And Loof is actually a female dog. And she is a live scent dog. And what she stated was a very, very powerful and very, wow, my dog has detected Teresa Hallbach. She's here. She's here. Before we continue, does anyone have any comments about that short video clip?
I do.
Yeah, Jack61.
And this is because I simply don't understand. And this is why I think that we all need this expertise of these dog handlers that handle these animals. We're looking at this. When Sarah Faust got to the Avery salvage yard, this was on the 7th of November. So basically, we're 8 days after the fact. It's rained hard at least twice, if not more. But I know of at least twice that it's rained like hell. And this dog was scented with Teresa's shoe, and yet she's tracking her. How long? My question is how long does the scent last? Even after at least one really heavy rain and another pretty damn heavy rain the following morning. How long does this scent actually last? Was there some did Luke? I'm not saying Luke's a bad dog. I don't think she is. I think she's a great dog.
No,
but did the dog detect something else? Get some kind of other scent that was stronger and get confused? I don't know. I'm not saying that at all. I just don't understand how long a live scent from a person can last outside, especially after 2 pretty good rain events. That's my thought and question.
Correct. That's a very, very good question. And that's why, guys, we're not going to guess. We're going to get an expert who handles these dogs, who understands how the system works, how the odorants work. But it was a very, very powerful opening to the episode, because as we'll unpack this episode, we'll see what they were actually driving to. Now, Jack61, I can't see anybody's microphones. Who else?
Well, it's because there's a comment.
Yeah.
Highlighted.
Yep.
I have a comment as well.
Yeah. Shall we answer the question first from Anthony Hills?
Sure.
Yeah. So who would like to read out the question?
I'll do that.
Yep.
If Hillegas and Bladorn attend Avery salvage yard on the 7th, wouldn't that action transfer scent to Avery salvage yard?
That's an excellent question, Anthony. The big issue that we've got to take into account is the potential for contamination. Now, according to Ryan Hillegas, he stated that yes, he did clock in with Scott Blodorn at the Avery salvage yard, but he says that he never stepped foot on the Avery salvage yard. His main activity was around the Avery salvage yard. That's according to Ryan Hillegas. He never said that he stepped foot and did searching on the Avery salvage yard. But you make a very valid point. These dogs are scented, as you saw in that little clip. They only need like a few seconds of a whiff of a live scent, and that odorant cocktail, and that's exactly what it is. It's a cocktail of potentially hundreds of molecules that the dog sniffs up, and it locks into their brain. They're now fixed on detecting that odorant. And Jack61 made a very, very important point. How can you determine the difference between real live scent and scent caused by movement, wind, temperature conditions, and potential contamination? Because these dogs have got an incredible sense of smell. Susan, do you have a comment?
Yeah. I first want to correct you too.
Yes.
Sarah pronounced her name Foskey.
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 Okay.
And also, you know, the fact that we know Teresa was there. She was near the van. She was near her car, which also is, you know, makes it possible that her live scent from the time she was there was blown around, was blown over to that berm, was blown in front of the garage or the stoop. So yeah, it could have been from when we know she was there and alive.
100%. 100%. Thank you so much, Susan. Do we have any other comments? Because
Yes.
I can't see your mics. And
Yeah.
Never.
Rumor has it asks, was this dog handler, Sarah Foskey, asked to be in man?
Now that I don't know.
I don't know.
We actually didn't see very much of the dogs at all, especially in the first season of Making a Murderer. I know that there was discussion of the canine tracks in MAM season 2, but what is actually very disappointing is that you actually don't see very much of the canines at all. But what is interesting, and I'm glad they did it, I really am, in Convicting a Murderer, in this particular episode, there was a strong focus on the dog tracks. Not so much about Brutus, who's a cadaver dog, but on Loof, who is a live scent dog. So to answer the question, there really wasn't that much about the canines in MAM. Correct.
You can also look at the end credits of Making a Murder and see who they invited and who didn't want to participate. So
Correct.
I
Yeah,
suggest you go look there.
I'm just about to do that, Susan. I'm on it right now, and I'm going to check the credits to see.
Correct. Duke, do you have a comment?
I do, yeah, and I want to talk about the clip that we saw, right? Because one of the things that I think is important to do, especially during this podcast specifically, is talk about what Cam presented and how they presented it, and give you a little bit more to the story than what was shown. And I don't necessarily think that these things are malicious. You know, kind of like Making a Murder, you have a very small amount of time to tell a story that you could take months to tell. So what I think is important, though, for people who don't know the case as well as someone like you, Jack, or Doc, or any of us here that have researched it for several years now, is that in that short clip, we saw Sarah talking about her coming to the salvage yard. And it very quickly transitioned into what she felt like was the most important track 6, correct?
Correct. Track 6.
I think it's important for people to at least be aware that that track happened the following day, November the 8th. You know?
Correct.
So the first day when she showed up on November the 7th, I believe that there were 3 or 4 tracks that she ran that day. And one of the tracks that she ran was very similar to this track 6.
Track 3. It was track 3. Yep.
So, you know, maybe we can throw this up later, but what's interesting about track 3 is, again, Loof starts at the same location at the van, also goes to the garage and the trailer, but then straight, what would that be? West out to Cuss Road.
Correct. Correct.
So what's interesting to me about that track, because you start them in the same spot, is that there's no interest in the berm on November the 7th.
That is correct.
So,
and I can assure you and everyone in chat, we're going to go through both track 3 and track 6 in fine detail, because they do reveal a lot of very, very interesting things. And everyone here on the panel, and I'm sure in chat, agrees, the canines in this case, they revealed a lot of very important things. And unfortunately, a lot of the canine and their activity and their tracks were not properly utilized or scrutinized during the trials. And it's a real tragedy in a sense. Duke, do you have a comment?
Just one more thing, and again, I'm going to relate this to Cam specifically. one of the things that is unfortunate about this episode is that in the bio and also Candace, during the episode, both make the errors of calling Loof a cadaver dog. Right?
Correct.
And the reason that that's unfortunate is, again, I don't take that as a malicious mistake, but the error causes people that don't know this case well to be very confused about this episode as a whole. Because what you have is, if you're reading the bio, they're going to be talking about a cadaver dog. They do explain, and Sarah does a great job of explaining that Loof is specific to human scent. However, I don't hear the word live human scent coming from her.
Correct.
My impression was that it was just human scent. And so again, without the knowledge and the research into this case, this whole theory of, and I think one of the most powerful quotes that I took away from Brenda talking about the berm, and when they were showing the diagram of Loof's track 6 going back and forth on the berm, her quote was, "The strongest reaction to
Yes.
his remains is right there." And you need to know that Loof is not a cadaver dog. It is not specific to human remains. It is specific to live scent. I would be very confused if I hadn't done the research and I just watched Cam, and I thought that was worth pointing out.
Correct. And that's a very good point, Duke. But don't fear. Today on our episode, we're going to go through the different type, what live scent is and what the scent of death is as well. It's very, very important. There's no question in my mind that some type of activity definitely occurred on the berm, and it's giving a lot of very important clues, but we need to unpack it. Neverly, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do, Dr. Silkman. Alligator 57 had a question.
Yes, let's go for it.
Can scent at berm be indication of movement of something of Teresa's to Steve's area? But Jamie Prosser followed up to that. He says, or something taken from Stevens to the berm. We should ask questions both ways, which is a great point.
Correct. 100% correct.
Thank you both.
Thank you guys. Excellent questions. And so and when we come to look at track 3 and when we come to have a look at track 6, we're going to look at it in fine detail. It is true. Movement can occur both ways, but you mustn't just look at things in isolation. You need to have a look at things in total, right? What all the dogs are doing and when this activity occurs, right? Because on the Avery salvage yard, you had 2 basically different types of canines. You had cadaver dogs that detect the scent of human decomposition. These are highly trained dogs. So things like blood, as soon as you lose blood from your body or a tissue, it starts to decay, break down. It produces specific odorants, the odorants of death. What's amazing is that all of us here on the panel, everyone in chat, everyone around the world, when we die, we all smell the same. All of us. The biochemicals that are produced, the odorants that are produced, they're all identical. And human beings have a distinct odor when we die, when we decompose, and there are different stages of decomposition, right? With a live scent, which we'll talk about in a second, everybody, everyone on this panel, everyone in chat, everyone around the world has a unique chemical signature when you are alive. That's why you saw in that little clip when the dog was scented, they only need a few seconds to whiff up the so-called live odorants, and the chemical signature is locked into the dog's brain. So no matter whether there's 10, 20, 30, 40 different individuals, the dog is tracking or detecting that specific person who left the live scent, which means Loof is showing a lot of activity on the berm. But it's not only Loof that is showing activity on the berm. It's also cadaver dogs, right? So when you have occasions, right, guys, where you have a cadaver dog, when you have a scent dog basically alerting in the same area, that is significant. Susan.
Yeah, it's also confusing. But
Correct.
I wanted to say that, you know, Sarah Foskey said that Loof wanted to go toward the burn pit a couple of different times. But if, you know, I would think that he would only find a scent there if Teresa were alive around that burn pit.
I got something to add to that.
Yes,
And
Jesse.
this just may just add to the confusion. If you read, Raz was also scented with Teresa's scent and showed no interest in the burn pit at all. And they didn't mention anything about Bear causing problems.
Was
Not a
Raz
word.
a live scent?
Yes.
Live
scent dog. I don't know if it's a bloodhound or what, but definitely a live scent dog, not a cadaver dog.
It's those cells that you slough off when you're living.
Yes, which we'll
that
talk about.
Dog picks up. So why, you know, does she make such that, you know, Bear Luke wanted to go there, but Bear stopped her from going.
Well, that's another big problem that we discussed. I mean, I'm sure we'll discuss it more because it really is a question for me. But I'm glad that Doc has, you know, for people that don't understand it, you know, you simply got two separate types of dogs. One detects live scent, which is your tracking dog, and that's specific, a specific track for a specific person.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm just
cadaver
dog.
Teresa
was there. Teresa was there. Okay, and so her scent could have been blown all over there in the 4 or 5 days.
In a non-nefarious manner.
7 days or whatever it was.
Correct.
Before they picked up her scent. So
correct.
Yeah.
But that Susan, that goes to emphasize the importance of bringing in the live scent dogs on day one. Would you agree? You bring in the live scent dogs on day one. So
you would think.
Yeah, you would think. You think that that's definitely the right thing to do. And don't worry, we'll go into a lot of detail. Duke, and then I'll get you, Jack 61. Duke, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about this Bear thing a lot. And I do find it interesting that, you know, we got to keep in mind here, you know, Convicting a Murderer chose to have Sarah Foskey on and talking about Loof. However, during the trial, Sarah was not someone that the state used. And I do find that interesting that one of their big ahas and the dog that they chose to use, and it could have just been the fact that that was the handler that was available and she was involved in the case, which is great. However, she continued this narrative that there were attempts to get to the burn pit and that Bear was the preventing factor from them doing their job and searching areas that they wanted to search, which, again, we'll talk about a lot. And then this is my opinion. That is the most ridiculous excuse that I've ever heard any law enforcement, professional certified dog handlers make for not searching an area. If Bear was an issue and they wanted to search that area, he would have been removed.
Day one. From day one. And it's very interesting that Tom Fassbender actually admitted that, but the mere fact that the actual dog handlers themselves were going up to the investigators and saying, look, can you please remove the dog? Can you please remove the dog? We're talking about Bear. And Bear never was removed. And I think Jack 61 will chime in and say there was no police chatter, phone call to say, look, we've got a problematic dog. We need that dog to be removed. And the most ridiculous situation is that Barb and Carla, I believe, went to the Avery salvage yard twice to feed the dogs. On neither occasions were they asked, look, can you please remove Bear, place him in another location, We want to bring in the track dogs. We want to bring in the cadaver dogs to check the entire area. Can you please move the dogs, right? And then, of course, your discovery, Duke, of a bucket man really was a seminal turning point whereby you had a law enforcement officer literally feeding the dog or giving water to the dog within feet of its proximity. That goes to show the utter hypocrisy that the entire investigation was stalled because of bear. That cannot be the case. Duke.
Yeah, correct. And we don't know for sure who this bucket man, quote unquote, is, but the important factor is that we have proof through photos that at some point in the afternoon of the 6th, before Barb and whoever else is there to quote unquote feed the animals, including Bear,
Correct.
a white bucket, 5-gallon bucket showed up that had food in it that was right next to the doghouse. And so someone fed Bear on the 6th. We know Jason Jost reports that he was asked to feed Bear on the 7th.
On the 7th, correct.
Must have really not liked the guy for how vicious Bear was to send him on in there to go feed the vicious dog that Kacharsky had pulled a gun on the day before. But
correct.
Again, no attempt to remove him.
No, not at all. But I do want to say that I'm very, very thankful that the producers of Convicting a Murderer put Sarah Fauske. Did I get it right, Susan? Fauske on the program, because it really made us ask deeper questions, which is ironical because in the Reading with the Crew series that we've been doing, guess who we're going to talk about? Sarah and Loof, which is amazing. So in effect, we can do that right now. So do we have any further questions, or can we move on to our next slide?
We do have a couple of
questions,
comments. Hugh Fraser asked, do you think Fauske may have been gingered up by Brenda? We don't really know that.
No, we don't know. But the interesting thing is that Convicting a Murderer got Sarah to come on and to talk about her experiences and the dog tracks. Certainly, as far as I'm aware, Sarah didn't appear on Making a Murderer at all. And I think Alice was going to check the list. I don't think Sarah Fauske, I think she was up but didn't appear. Is that correct?
No, she's not even mentioned at all, Doc. At the end title screen, it says, these are the people that didn't respond or denied their part to go on, ma'am. Sarah Fauske is not there, nowhere. So she wasn't even asked to be in, ma'am, in part 2, because it's part 2 that they've put up who was declining and who didn't respond, and she is nowhere in that list, so she wasn't even involved in it. So to me, I'm sorry, but this is her getting her 5 minutes of fame, and if when we get the expert on about the dogs, and he says she's talking shite, then to me that proves she's only on there for her 5 minutes of fame and trying to make the whole case look bad, even though it is bad anyway.
Well, I think, I'm glad that Sarah discussed the tracks. That's very important because it opens up greater points of discussion. But it's what she was alluding to and concluding I don't agree with. And that's what we're going to be discussing today. Now, Jamie's question. Yes, sir.
I just want to let you know, Scooby says she offered Jeff a hot dog, and he may jump in the chat here in a little bit.
Oh, that'll be awesome. That'll be awesome.
And there's also a question,
that's our
since we're
dog expert.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that would be great. A quick question from Random Pieces. Is Sarah Fauske connected to law enforcement?
Yes.
Yeah, she's a officer from the Kaukauna Police Department.
Yes, correct. She is part of law enforcement. And Jamie's got a comment, if I could just read it out. I'm not a dog expert, but there is a difference between a tracking dog that tracks strongest and most recent scent and a live scent bloodhound that uses a target scent object to track. Correct. From what I've read, and I'm sure we're going to get the dog expert come on, Loof was the type of dog that put her nose to the ground. And Sarah described the fact that her anatomy with all the wrinkles and her long ears, it's like a vacuum cleaner, sucking up, taking in the scent and following the scent. There are other dogs that lift their nose up and smell the scent in the air. From my understanding, Loof is the type of dog that puts her nose to the ground and tracks that way. Because Sarah even mentioned the fact that she's got long, big, floppy ears and very wrinkly skin. So she follows and tracks the scent on the ground. And when she finds, remember, the two work hand in hand together, both the dog and the handler. The handler can actually, oh, awesome. We got Obi-Wan. Let's hope he can come on, or we can ask questions or whatever. But Loof is able to determine and track strong scent on the ground, as opposed to lifting her snout up and smelling it in the air. That's the
And
impression.
he also used the shoe, the scent item.
Correct.
Yep.
So basically, Sheriff Pagel, this is the narrative, got some of Teresa Hallbach's shoes, and what they do is they get some type of cloth, and they go inside the shoe so that the scent from the shoe is transferred to the cloth, and I think they place it in a sterile bag. They open up the bag very, very briefly, as you saw. The dog gets a sniff of the live scent, and Sarah tells the dog, go find. And that's what the dog does. Yeah. Okay, guys, do we have any other questions?
Yes.
And Everly.
Was Sarah photographed at Cast Road?
Yes, and I'm going to actually prove you. I found her. But Jack 61, can we have a look at slide 2, our second slide? Because we're going to try and do our very best to finish in 2 episodes. So as you can see here, Sarah pointed out the movement of Loof around the berm. Right now, there's no question that Loof was very, very interested in this location, and as Duke pointed out, this is track 6. Now, track 6 was run by Loof on November the 8th, commencing at 8:56 a.m. in the morning. Now, why is this significant? It's significant, guys, because this is before the cremains were found, right? This is before the cremains were found at the burn pit, and Bear was still present on November the 8th when Loof ran track 6, right? And also track 3.
Doc?
Yes.
Just one little caveat I want to throw in here.
Yes.
Maybe worthless or whatever, but I also want to point out of what was found in the quarry by Queso Lieutenant Simple on the 9th. This was his report when he called Captain Rush and said he's got a couple of 5-gallon buckets of human bones from the quarry.
Correct.
So again, now we're talking about I just wanted to throw this in because if we're talking about scent, I just want to throw that in there.
Yes, correct. So as we've discussed, yes.
Sorry, Doc.
No, not at all.
Obi-Wan K9 Handler has joined us in the chat. Hi, Jeff. Great to see you. He says, most all tracking and training dogs use a scent article to track a specific person. There are patrol dogs that will follow hot seds or the last person to go through that area. He then says, patrol type dogs can also track disturbances in the grass or whatnot. Proper tracking or training dogs are scent specific. Bloodhounds are not magical creatures using their flaps to smell.
Correct. I think I think what Sarah was getting at is that they can use their ears to concentrate. They definitely don't use their ears to smell. It's their nasal cavities, of course. So she's basically saying that their anatomy is exquisitely designed so they can focus and concentrate the scent. And again,
she said the ears would stir up the scent on the ground.
yes,
What
yes,
she said.
yes, according to what Sarah said. And again, guys, thank you so much, Jeff, Obi-Wan, for your comments. Please, you're the expert. We're not. So again, guys, Loof is a live scent bloodhound. Now, what's important is this. You can go any textbook, you can go on the internet, and you'll discover that a human being can shed around about 40,000 skin cells per hour, right? So we're shedding cells all the time, okay? So that's very important. And I worked out that roughly works out to about 11 cells per second that you shed from your body, right? So these are referred to, correct me if I'm wrong, Obi-Wan, they're called skin raft cells. So your body is always secreting from the surface of your skin these so-called skin raft cells. Now, these cells, the irony is this, these cells are dead, right? So these cells are dead, but they're not metabolically active, right? So a live human being, all of us, everyone in chat, secretes these skin raft cells constantly. And like I said, they've estimated that we lose about 40,000 skin cells per hour. If you don't believe me, have a look at the dust that's present in your room. Most of that is you or your family. That's skin raft cells, right? And again, I was shocked because if you take a vacuum cleaner and a brand new vacuum cleaner bag and vacuum clean your mattress, you'll be shocked at the amount of dense skin cells which are present. So wherever you go, you're leaving a trace of yourself. But here's the important point. If you look at human skin is made up of multiple different layers, right? On the outside, you've got your epidermis. Right on the very last layer, you've got your dead cells, your dead skin cells. They're filled with keratin, right? And we secrete those cells constantly. But here's the other important point. Because our skin has got glands, and we've got different glands depending on which region of the body we're talking about, the glands secrete chemicals, odorants. So hence, what you're doing is that you are secreting a live scent, right? And the cocktails of chemicals that a person secretes, the dog picks it up, right? So this grand cocktail of odorants is unique for each person. So please, Obi-Wan, if I've said anything wrong, please let me know. So a person who's alive sheds dead skin cells, skin raft cells, because we've got glands. Glands secrete molecules, odorants. The whole cocktail is known as a live scent, unique to each individual. A cadaver dog detects the scent of death. Totally different. And I think Obi-Wan mentioned that there are crossover dogs. There are crossover dogs that can detect both. And I would love to get Obi-Wan's opinion in that. So guys, are we all clear what Loof is detecting? Loof detects live scent, not the scent of death, as far as I'm aware. Guys, do we have any questions? I can't see you. I can't see you in chat.
Yep, Doc.
Yes.
Duke asked Obi-Wan Canine Handler what was his thoughts on Sarah Foskey saying that based on Loof's interest in the barn, she knew Teresa was close by. She had found her. Obi-Wan's reply to that is she has no clue what the dog was interested in and is selling a story she made up. unless there was a person there or footprints that led to a person, she has no clue what the dog was interested in. Only after the person or source is located can you work backwards using the wind info to figure out what interested the dog for sure.
Correct. And my understanding is that they never found a scent source.
No,
Right.
it says live person, live scent. Deceased is an odor.
Yep, Doc,
Correct.
and I think it's really clear that what viewers of Convicting a Murderer were to take away from this whole berm and what Sarah was saying was essentially that although she couldn't get to the burn pit,
Yes.
this was Loof essentially finding the remains of Teresa Halbach in the burn pit.
Yep. Correct. I think, Susan, you said that according to what Sarah said, that Teresa Halbach was 25 yards away, right?
Yeah,
But
she was within 25 yards is what.
with-
And
with-
what I really want to know from Jeff is, could Loof, being a scent dog, have picked up Teresa had she been Teresa's remains?
No.
Had they been in the burn pit? Is it
No.
even possible for Loof to pick that up?
that's something that Obi-Wan can answer. I'm not an expert on that, but remember, essentially, and we'll talk about this, essentially what Sarah was trying to get at was that when Teresa Halbach, and I don't believe she was, if she was cremated in that burn pit, that somehow odorants from the burn pit drifted to the western berm, settled on the western berm, and somehow Loof, who's a live scent detection dog, was able to detect the live scent, and Sarah came up to the conclusion that the origin of that scent came from the burn pit as a result of Teresa being incinerated.
And
that's
also landed in the pond, correct?
correct. Correct.
She
Yes,
also said
correct.
that there were 2 spots in the pond.
Correct.
Yeah,
she
we've got
said
that.
this-
We've got that
the
clip.
scent was-
We're going to play it.
She said the scent was pooling there
Correct. But
in the pond.
that's correct. Pooling on the water and then somehow ending up concentrating on the berm, right? So we're going to go through both track 3 and track 6, right?
Right. So
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, if somebody can explain to me, because I don't know much about the whole process of cadaver or scent dogs. When Sarah said that Loof, and maybe I'm wrong in paraphrasing this, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But the way I understood it is she said that Loof was detecting burnt skin while Teresa was burning. Did she say that or something to that
No.
matter? What did she say? Insinuating something.
Well,
That's not the way I took it. Go ahead, Doc.
Justice. No, essentially that if the burn pit was where Teresa Halbach was cremated on the night of October the 31st, odorants as a result of the combustion, the fire, drifted up in smoke, and as a result went towards the west at some stage, right? Because remember, Loof was not brought out on October the 31st, and I didn't mean to be disrespectful or crude. Loof was brought out on November the 7th and November the 8th. Followed track 3, followed track 6. So this is many days after the so-called combustion event. Her hypothesis was that scent from the burn pit went from the burn pit into the air and went west, right? Because you'll see from when you have a look at both track 3 and track 6, Loof, and we'll go over it, Loof ends up at Cuss Road, right? And so when you compare track 3 and track 6, two very interesting things happen. On track 3, which is November the 7th, Loof does not head to the berm. Loof doesn't head to the western berm. That's what Duke was alluding to, right? So if that's the strongest scent source, Loof doesn't go to the berm. Loof goes to Cuss Road. This is on November the 7th. Sheriff Pagel prevents the dog, Loof, from crossing the crime scene tape. Now, and we'll show you all the pictures. When Sarah Fauski said, look, I want to repeat track 3. So she did on November the 8th. And that's where the dog, Loof, goes to Cuss Road, does a U-turn, goes to the deer camp, goes around the trailers, hits on a burn barrel, heads into the quarry, goes into the water, then heads towards the berm and concentrates her activity on the berm, goes into the yard, and eventually goes back to where the RAV4 was. So when you compare both of those tracks, it's very interesting that Loof doesn't go, I detect the strongest scent source on the berm. I'm going to go directly to the berm. And the berm is nowhere near where Bear is, right? There's plenty of room. But it's interesting that Loof tracks to Cuss Road, then makes a U-turn back. Guys, do we have any questions? I can't see anybody else.
Yeah, Doc,
Okay, thank you.
It's just Jamie, when we were speaking earlier about the dog handler expert that we were trying to get to come on Foul Play, it is actually Obi-Wan Canine Handler. He is an expert dog handler and has been for decades. And we are trying to get him on the show, on Foul Play, but he is very, very busy. He still does a lot of searches and everything like that with his dog Zoe. But he also did a vlogcast with Eric Cozy. So if you would like to know about Jeff, before we can get him to come on here, because we know that he is very busy, we have asked, and he has said that he will come on when he is free and able to. So he is our dog handler expert. If you would like to check out Eric Cozy's video of him, he explains his credentials, he shows you Zoe, his dog, and everything like that, if you want to get an idea of who Jeff actually is. So this is the expert that I am that we are trying to get to come on to go over all these dog things for us, because we aren't experts in it, and we have never claimed to be experts in it. We just speak to people who are experts in it, like Canine Handler and Scooby the dog, who knows a lot about the dogs and everything like that as well. So yeah, hopefully we can get Obi-Wan on the show. But as I says, he's very, very busy. So it'll just be whenever he is able and free to be able to come and join us for a chat.
Correct. We're only giving opinions. We're not giving expert opinions on what the cadaver dogs, what the scent dogs have done and what they found. We can only give opinions. Professionals who handle these dogs on a daily basis, who go out on investigative missions, they're the opinions that I value, right? But Sarah came on cam and gave her opinion about what Loof found and the significance of what Loof found, right? So that's what we're commenting on. So Jeff 61, unless there are any other questions, and thank you so much for those questions. Can we have a look at the very next slide, please?
Well, I just have one comment before we continue. And, you know, for me, Sarah Fauski came up with a conclusion. And that's what was troubling for me.
Yes.
Because not being able to, you know, I'm not going to recover everything we just talked about and the things that, you know, Jeff has told us in the live chat. Because it's really confusing I'm just speaking from somebody that is not a dog handler. I've been around dogs, but all my life, but trying to think that someone could be placed on a really hot fire, number one, to incinerate, and I don't mean to be crude at all. Please forgive me. But to incinerate Teresa to the level of cremation that was found, that fire had to be 15 to 1800 degrees.
Had to be extremely hot.
And for any live scent that her dog could track, it is really confusing to me. I don't understand how it can survive that type of heat.
Yeah,
And
that was, I was confused about that,
right,
Jack. Sorry for
right.
interrupting. Yeah.
No. Go ahead. If you got another comment, I'm gonna get these slides up.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the bones, they were like as big as like 1 centimeters or half an inch.
They were small.
So, but because I'm just asking a question, I'm not criticizing or, doing anything like that. I'm just asking questions. It's just so like, because I don't understand the science, especially if the dog was given a specific scent to track. How could that? I don't know.
Well,
It's confusing.
well, no, I mean, you raise a very good point, Neverly. Loof was scented with live scent. Live scent. So in
Everyone
effect,
says it can't. After that hot fire,
yeah,
it can't detect
yes,
it.
yes,
Well,
yes.
and not only that, just to add again, it rained really hard the afternoon
October
of the
31st that
of the
night.
31st. That's right. It rained really hard. You could see it in the various photos that we have, right, Doc, of the junkyard. There's standing water everywhere.
And also on November the 5th,
Yep.
which is when the investigators came on, and we know that because we've actually got photographs of the RAV4 being completely soaked.
That's
This
right.
was on the 8th. This dog track was on the 8th.
Correct.
That Sarah Foskey is talking about.
Correct.
So
correct.
that adds to the confusion for me personally.
Yeah. It means that in the interim of October the 31st to when Loof went out, there were significant rain events. So, in other words, you need to take into account, from my understanding of what Obi-Wan was saying, and from what I've read, the meteorological conditions, temperature, pressure, wind, all sorts of the terrain itself, all of those things affect the movement of scent. But Loof was scented with Teresa's live scent, right? It's if we're arguing that Teresa was incinerated at the burn pit, then you'll have to account how, from the process of combustion, live scent molecules survive that combustion event. Now, I know that cells are extremely fragile, right? They can't withstand temperatures. High temperatures, you're going to completely destroy cells. Now, I understand that you have odorants, known as volatile organic compounds. Whether they can survive a combustion event, that I don't know. But remember, Loof was scented with live scent,
Yep.
not the smell of death.
Hey, Doc.
Yes.
So, real quick, and I would love for Jeff to correct me in the chat if I'm wrong about this, but there's so much confusion here now, and I don't know if it's intentional. That, Convicting seems to be really good at confusing people here. But when you simplify it, and we're talking about the burn pit and what certain dogs would have smelled versus what other dogs wouldn't have smelled, the one thing that I am fairly confident in saying is that if Teresa had been burned there, the way the state claimed that she was, the cadaver dogs that were on site that week would have 100% found that site and hit all over it. Barry being there would not have stopped them from wanting to get there, because that site would have been the highest source
Correct.
of the smell of any sort of human decomposition.
Correct. And dogs like Brutus, they're trained to detect human cremains, right? When they interviewed Julie Kramer, she said that Brutus had certification to detect human cremains. Now, this picture here that Jack61 put up is an incredible picture. We discussed this several months ago when we were looking at these aerial photographs of Cuss Road. Lo and behold, what do we find? That's Sarah Fausk with Loof. And I could prove it because if Jack61 zooms back out, in cam, guess who we got? We got exactly the same person dressed in exactly the same manner. You can actually see the scarf and Loof is in front of her. So we, the photographer inadvertently caught Sarah Fauski with Loof at Cuss Road. Now, guys, unless I was hallucinating, but how much did Cam actually discuss about Cuss Road? Anybody?
It was barely mentioned.
Yeah.
Barely.
Yeah. There was no serious discussion or mentioning of Cuss Road. And for those, sorry, Jack61, is that you?
Yes. Just to add one more thing to this, we were talking about Loof. Earlier, prior to this, we don't have an exact time because, well, maybe we do, but I can't remember it. Maybe you can. But in Julie Kramer's report and also in the unfiled search warrant that Wiegert had written up, he talks about Julie Kramer bringing a cadaver dog to the disturbed earth site, which is right next to not on, right next to where we got right here, and detecting.
He alerted.
Right, he alerted on that site as detecting something that was dead or had been there.
And what did Wiegert say? The detection of either a body or blood.
Yep.
At the clandestine burial site. And it's very interesting that also Mark Wiegert talked about the presence of Loof 40 yards away. So Loof showed heightened activity at the police crime scene tape that you see on screen now. But Sheriff Pagel prevented Loof from getting any closer. So as you can see here, guys, this photograph you see on the left-hand side, that's at the cul-de-sac at Cuss Road. And Loof went, showed activity, went across the cornfield and went to the crime scene tape. Sheriff Pagel said, nope, you can't cross the crime scene tape. And as you can see, you've got Sarah Fauski with Loof walking away. For some unknown reason, Sheriff Pagel prevented Loof from coming any closer. Now, what is remarkable here, without concluding anything, there's a huge amount of resources at Cuss Road. There's a lot of activity at Cuss Road. There's probably about 1 kilometer or 2 of crime scene tape. Now, according to the official reports, there was nothing at the clandestine burial site but a peat moss bag and a rotting wooden pallet.
And to add to that, Doc, it wasn't just they showed up and dug this stuff out and left. They were there all day into the night. We don't know what time they left. If they cleared the scene exactly because it's not reported.
Correct. And you can see in that image, they had the actual lights and a generator. So we have got photographs that have lit up the clandestine burial site. So that black object in the middle, that's a generator. And those other things on stands are flood lights, right? And we've got photographs that show that the area was lit up at night and there was a helicopter flying overhead taking hundreds of pictures of a peat moss bag and a rotting wooden pallet. But it's very interesting that this area attracted both a cadaver dog and a scent dog, Loof. Loof is scented with Teresa Horbach's live scent. Sheriff Pagel prevented Lou from crossing the crime scene tape. I do not know why, right? But that person there in white is definitely Sarah Fausk with Loof. And as you can see on the image on the right-hand side, that's from Cam episode 8. So it's the same person, same dog. Guys, do we have any questions? And Jack61, you might have to zoom out a bit because I can't see who's on the panel.
There's a question from
Yeah.
Danny Malice.
Yes.
She says, does anyone prove when, how, and where Teresa was cut up? Sorry for being crude. Because that is the story, right? She was cut up, then burned. That
Correct.
might be a key to the case. I would think that would scent the area.
Correct. There's no, they haven't actually found any evidence of Teresa Halbach being dismembered, either in Stephen Avery's trailer, in the garage, around the property. There's been no evidence of it, because I would say that if you dismember a human being, you're going to release a lot of blood, a lot of body fluids. Things like that are definitely going to be detected by a cadaver dog. There's no evidence of great pools of blood. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Susan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just asked Jeff, Obi-Wan, because I had heard this at one point. I asked him, could a cadaver dog mistake an old bag of peat moss for human remains? Because someone had said at some point they could be thrown off by that and think, and he said absolutely not. So
Correct. These dogs, the cadaver dogs are trained using either bits of cadavers or chemicals from. So chemists are able to make up these chemicals which make up the odor of death, right? So these dogs are honed in to those particular odorants, which we had covered several months ago. And what is interesting, and we're not going to talk about it too much, is that Mike Bushman himself is a canine dog handler, right? So if a peat moss bag can throw off the scent of a canine dog, surely he would have said so, right? But the mere fact that Brutus alerted on the disturbed earth, that's significant. The fact that Loof came down the cornfield and went straight to the police crime scene tape, and Loof is a live scent dog. So you've got both types of dogs who've come together, all for a peat moss bag and a rotten wooden pallet. Jack61.
It's also, I mean, to me, it's significant because there were photos taken of that area of disturbed earth. They won't let us have them, and you know, we're 18 years down the road, and we can't get these freaking photos. And I want to know why. Why won't they release them? I just wanted to throw that in there too.
Correct. Duke, thank you, Jack61. Duke, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and again, regarding Cuss Road, I would encourage people to go, and if they don't know how to access this, let me know and I can get them that information. But go look at Loof's other tracks and see how many times Loof heads out to that area. Cuss Road, the deer camps right there. I think you'd be surprised to know that that wasn't his only time, or I'm sorry, her only time out there.
No.
No.
In actual fact, if I could just make the quick comment, and I'll get Susan on in a second, that's precisely that information from Loof is precisely what Tom Fassbender used to tell Stephen Avery how the RAV4 got placed where the RAV4 was detected. And Tom Fassbender said, because the dog tracked your scent. He was talking about Stephen Avery's scent. Of course, he was lying. So Stephen didn't react. He's thinking, what the hell are you talking about? So what Duke said about that particular track, there was a hotbed of activity at Cuss Road. Now, when you think about it, what the hell is a live scent dog doing there if Teresa Halbach was never meant to be there, right? Susan, do you have a comment?
Yeah, Alligator 57 had a question that I know
A
a lot
good
of
one.
people have speculated about. And they ask, can scent be deposited by the movement of a vehicle which contains a tracked person?
Well, Obi-Wan, hopefully Obi-Wan can answer that.
He
But
did.
but
He
but
said yes, under perfect conditions with either windows down or fan on with internal circulation turned off.
yep, which is interesting, and that's
Thank you,
an
Jeff.
excellent question. Thank you so much. That's an interesting question because that's exactly what Sheriff Pagel asked Sarah. Can your dog follow the movement if Teresa Horbach was in her vehicle? And she goes, yeah, I think so. And lo and behold, what does the dog do? It comes down the cuss road, goes around the deer camp, and does hit on the burn barrel, then comes all the way down, I think at the conveyor belt, and then goes towards where the car was found. So, in effect, could it be possible that Luth was following a potential live scent from Teresa Horbach or her body that was present in the RAV4? Now, that opens up a whole can of worms, right? Because if the dog is tracking the live scent of Teresa Horbach from Cuss Road, then it all makes perfect sense that some event took place at Cuss Road and the vehicle was brought back, right? And the vehicle was brought back. The state are saying their position is this: Teresa Horbach and her RAV4 never left the property, right? According to Brendan Dassey, he said they put the RAV4 in Stephen's garage. They never took it for a drive around to the cul-de-sac at Cuss Road. Whereas the dog is saying the very opposite. The Luth is going, I've detected the live scent here, here, and here. It's not what the state put forward. Sorry, Alice, did you have a comment? Sorry about that.
No, you're fine, Doc. You're fine. I mean, would that also work with, the state's trying to say that the car never left the property, right?
Right.
And that Stephen parked it up on the berm. Could the scent dogs track Teresa's scent to the berm because that's where the car was? Because her scent would be all over that car, and if that car's been sitting there, I mean, when were the dogs out in the property? The car was found on the 5th. So when was the dogs in the property again? On the
7th and 8th.
On the
7th and
5th.
8th.
Yes,
Well,
correct.
well, yeah, the cadaver dogs were there on the 5th, but 7th and 8th were Selfowski.
Correct.
Right. So surely if they're tracking Teresa's live scent and that car was sitting there on the 5th, surely the dog would have tracked to there as well, on the barn, if it's a live scent that they were trying to track. Because if a car's been sitting there, right enough, we don't know if it's been locked or not. They said it was locked, but I don't think it was locked. So that's just my opinion. My speculation. I don't think that car was locked when Pam of God found it. So yeah, it's just weird. I mean, the whole dog thing is just completely weird and nuts.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Obi-Wan. Isn't it imperative that they bring out the scent dog, the live scent dog, within about 36 hours? They've got to do it relatively quick once a person is regarded or called in as missing, because over time you're going to dilute the scent and environmental factors are going to dissipate the scent, not potentially concentrate it. That's why they try and bring in the bloodhounds as early as possible, right?
Right.
As early as possible.
Obi-Wan,
yeah.
Sorry, Doc. Obi-Wan says, doubtful as the environmental issues with the rain would ruin the small amount of scent available from the vehicle passing. This really only works on searches pretty soon after the vehicle passes. So thanks for that, Obi-Wan. So the dog wouldn't have, to me, the dog wouldn't have picked up when they said for the burn with the car being there on the 5th. So thank you for that. That's great.
Correct. Yep. Correct. Correct.
Just another observation too, and I think it's really important that we pay attention to this observation. We're talking about the afternoon of the 7th. Lou makes this track around the trailer, the garage, and then goes over to the cornfield and heads
Correct.
down to Cuss Road. No interest in the berm.
No, there
You
isn't.
see what I'm saying?
Yes,
And the
there
berm
isn't.
is right there. The berm is right there, right beside that path to that cornfield path over to Cuss Road. And I don't understand that.
Correct. 100% correct. So I think also Duke was alluding to the fact that something happened between the 7th and the 8th.
Yeah,
And that's what we're gonna
absolutely.
look at 3 and track 6. Neverly, do we have any questions?
Yes, we do have a couple of questions and a comment. Our friend Clive Coolidge is asking, if a body was not found at Cuss Road, why did Bushman leave in the ambulance with the lights off?
I've got no idea. I don't, but
Interesting.
that is very interesting. And don't worry, in time we will look at his log sheet when he logged in and when he logged out and when the ambulance came in. So we'll look at all that. Again, speculation is not fact. We can sort of guess what may have happened, whether something of Teresa Halbach was found at Cuss Road. But again, guys, we do not know as a fact. And as Jack 61 alluded to, there are photographs that we have not seen. But keep in mind that they were there all day. And I know that Colburn, Lenk, and Tyson, I believe, were called to Cuss Road
Two times.
Twice to help with the digging. And then, of course, the crime scene lab guys, they roll up in the afternoon to dig as well. So there's a lot of activity for a peat moss bag and a rotten wooden pallet. But according to the state, according to Kratz, nothing happened at Cuss Road. Neverly, do we have another question?
Quick question from our friend Nance Hand. Has anybody tried to FOIA the police laser scanner video they took on Cuss Road?
No,
I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about that.
No, and they definitely were there. They took measurements because we've actually got photographs of the guys standing up with their measuring equipment.
But I don't think that was a laser scan, though.
I do not know whether they've got 3D laser imaging of a customer, but they did, Susan, they did take measurements with that laser device. I
don't think it was video.
No, I don't think.
Video.
Yeah, I don't think there's any video that I'm aware of. But that total control unit that Doc's talking about, the geodometer, isn't that what it was called, Doc?
Correct. They were there.
And you have a guy that has the actual piece of equipment up on the ridge there, yes. And then you have a guy down away from him with a metal rod or whatever that thing is,
it's laser.
And that way the geodometer can detect within a very, very close amount of space how far away, and take those photos or whatever they took there. I don't think we have that, but we do have a lot of photos from Cuss Road taken by McConnell, and then there were some from Reese and Judge as well.
Correct. But the state's position is that nothing of interest or significance took place at Cuss Road.
That's right.
Cassandra Smith has a question.
Yes,
is it
please.
possible that Teresa was attacked on Cuss Road and she ran through the woods or through the cornfields or down the berm trying to get away? Sorry, I haven't been paying attention.
No, not at all. Not at all. And before I get Duke on, there's no doubt in my mind and also panel members that Teresa Halbach was attacked behind the back of her own RAV4. And we can prove that because of the blood droplets which are on the back open door of her RAV4. There's no doubt that she was bludgeoned and attacked. which is completely not what the state have said in any form of narrative. So she was
Correct.
struck, was likely struck in the head, as you can tell by the spray pattern of the blood that's in the back open door. And there's another vital clue. Her blinker light is broken and placed in the back of her own RAV4. Now, think about it. If an attacker did that, they would want to pick up the blinker light to ensure that no one knows of a car part that's on the ground, because that would give a clue that what the hell's her blinker light doing at Cuss Road, Cornfield, whatever. Now, the state, when they presented their case, they said that, the blood on the back door got placed there because Stephen and Brendan picked up Teresa Hallbach, who was bleeding from the head from gunshot wounds, and they threw her in the back of her RAV. That's not the case. Duke, do you have a comment?
I think I would be welcome to being corrected if I'm wrong here, but the answer to why Luke is out there to Cuss Road and coming back around the deer camp area, to people that believe in Stephen Avery's guilt and the fact that Teresa and Rav never left the property, I believe that the only answer there would be wind is a possibility and nothing else, correct? That's the only reason why there's interest out there from Luke is the wind. And to me, based on not only the length of time between when she was there and when Luke is out there, but also how many people, officers, investigators, everyone that have been out there since that time, it seems highly unlikely to me that wind would be the only factor.
No, because how can you account for the movement by wind of both live scent and also the scent of death? Right?
That's the question I have. Yeah, to Obi-Wan.
Correct.
What does it mean when you have both live scent and cadaver dogs hitting on the same spot?
Correct. So potentially, could that just simply mean that you had a live Teresa Hallbach being attacked and she died?
Right there?
Yep,
Yeah.
right there. And loss of blood, loss of body fluids, which is what a cadaver dog detects. So it is indicative. If you look at the narrative, this is not even speculating. The narrative suggests that Teresa Hallbach was attacked behind her own RAV4 and shed blood. Cadaver dogs on the Avery salvage yard that went around Stephen's trailer failed to detect anything. So if Teresa was attacked on the Avery salvage yard, right next to Stephen Avery's property, the cadaver dogs would have alerted. But Stephen is not going to be able to clean up micro droplets of blood. And Obi-Wan said that his dog is so good that his dog detected one drop of blood in a warehouse. So I think a cadaver dog, and there were cadaver dogs, if there was blood on the ground as a result of Teresa being attacked, they would have detected it. Right? But so what Susan said is puzzling. How do you get a cadaver dog and a scent dog in the same spot? Because they detect different odorants. Duke.
Yeah, and I would love to maybe just very straightforward to ask Jeff if he's willing to answer here. If, for a hypothetical standpoint, if Teresa or part of Teresa's remains were buried at Cuss Road, along with personal items of hers, i.e., maybe a cell phone, a purse, things that were in her possession, would those personal items be of interest to someone like Luke, a live scent dog?
Correct. Yep. Excellent question. Neverly, do we have any more questions from the chat?
Clive Coolidge says they're saying there was nothing nefarious found at Cuss Road to throw us off all track. they can't tell the truth about a body being found at Cuss Road because it doesn't fit the narrative.
Oh, that's correct. That's correct. There
And-
should be no part of Teresa Hallbach anywhere.
Correct,
Anywhere.
because she never left the property.
She never
Yeah.
left the property, and everything took place in the trailer and garage and burn pit. You
Well,
cannot.
they do
you
say
cannot have
Stephen
Teresa
scattered her bones all over.
Yeah, but that's a post event.
Yeah.
We're talking about Teresa whole as a human being, as a living human being, and her RAV4. They can't be off the property, because then Brendan's narrative is pure garbage, right? Because Brendan never said, "Oh, we did this, we did this." All the events took place in the trailer, garage, burn pit, and according to Brendan, they drove the RAV past, now wait for it, Barb's house, Mama Avery's house, Chucky's house, all three properties. No one saw anything or heard anything. And then they dumped the car at the pit. They got all these components, put them around the car, but left the big RAV4 sign at the back. And somehow they went home from the pit. Brendan went home. Stephen went home. That's according to Brendan. Susan, do you have a comment?
Obi-Wan said it's called an article search if her belongings. And most tracking dogs will point out objects dropped by the subject being tracked. And Jamie Prosser says, or there was no body at Cuss Road, and that is possible, Jamie.
Yep.
That there was no body there. There could have been some of her articles there. That's possible.
But they did say there was a clandestine burial site. Yeah.
Clandestine burial site.
And
it was
Random
freshly
Pieces.
dug. It was freshly dug.
Yeah, and Random Pieces actually had a very good comment. Any way you look at it, all the dogs spent more time off the property.
Yes, they did.
Very good point.
Yes, they did. They did. And just before I get Duke on, this is an important observation. If Brendan Dassey's recollections about them driving the RAV from Stephen's garage all around the outside, past his own home, Mama Avery's home, and also Chuck's home, there is no dog activity on that path. Think about it. Not one dog track going this way. All the dogs are on the opposite side, the Cuss Road side. None are at the side where Brendan said they drove the RAV. Now, isn't that interesting? Duke.
Except for Michael's quarry.
Correct.
Yeah, I think Travis said it exactly kind of what I've been trying to articulate here. And that's, I do not believe wind is the factor for her live scent being out there. Now, if you do, that's fine. I'm not an expert. I can't argue with you, but that's just my opinion. My opinion is that there's two things that led to her live scent being out there, and either that's one, she was alive and out there at some point, or two, there is an article that contains her live scent that's out there. And like I said, that would be something that she personally handled when she was alive. That would be her live scent. And another great article that I believe would contain a lot of live scent would be her clothes. That's another one that would be out there. And so if her clothes, let's just, again, I really apologize for this train of thought, but if there was a part of Teresa that was out there with some of her clothes in there as well, I believe, from what I know, that would attract both a cadaver dog and a live dog based on the live scent that's remaining on her personal item.
Correct. And we actually don't know, Duke, because according to the state, the official narrative, there was nothing there. Nothing of interest at the Cuss Road. Jack 61, do you have a comment?
Last one before we move on with our with your next slide, Doc, is this for me. It brings us back again. They spent about 10:30, I guess, is when around 10:30, or I'd have to look at the time. We've got the radio call from Bushman, but it was around 10:30 that morning on the 7th when he radioed, "You need to send an investigator down here." They said, "Okay," and then he comes back on and says, "Might want to bring a shovel or something to that effect." That tells me, now this is whatever you think about Mike Bushman, he's been on the force for, he's been a police officer for years, decades actually, retired. Well, he was a reserve deputy.
Correct.
So he would, I think he would know, when you need to bring something to dig. But I think Susan drove us kind of mad several weeks ago with her question. What was found there? What interested them that they didn't want to, whatever happened with Stephen, this, whatever it was, wasn't pinned to Stephen? Because clearly, to me, even as what we could call maybe inept or unorganized, would they have spent an entire day into the evening at a site where they really found basically nothing for what they're saying? I don't think they would. I just can't hardly believe that in my mind. Why would they spend so much time there if there was nothing there but a rotten pallet and a couple old peat moss bags?
They did have a cadaver dog hit on that site, correct?
That's right. That's right.
Before they did anything.
I think
No.
I think it was after. I'll have to check. Julie Kramer's report. But
Yeah.
I think they checked the burn pit. Sorry, at Cuss Road after they'd finished with it, because Brutus had actually alerted on the shovel first. They removed the shovel. Brutus didn't alert on the shovel anymore, but Brutus came back and alerted at the ground, at the
disturbed earth.
At the disturbed earth.
Yeah.
Correct. But I think that's no, not at all. I think that what happened after whatever was found there was gone. Right? So if there was blood, if there was other organic matter from a human body, that's where the dog hits. Right? That's the whole idea of clandestine burial site. You basically use it as a temporary burial site. There could have been body parts. There could have been parts of Teresa's belongings that someone was either temporarily buried and they found it. Because when Bushman, sorry, Jack 61.
No, I was just going to say, and to be fair, this was an unfiled warrant, but that, to me, that doesn't take away from the one of the co-lead investigators writing this affidavit and stating these things. It has to have some impact, and it was never given to the defense as far as I can find out. No one had this until last year, and Sunshine Christina, being the hound dog that she was, got it. It was crazy.
She wasn't meant to get that.
No.
That unfiled search warrant, she wasn't meant to get that. But furthermore, we've got the reports written by Fallon and Kratz, and also Fassbender himself. They found bones.
Yep.
They found bones. No,
absolutely.
You can't have two independent reports all mentioning about bones, all talking about west of the Avery salvage yard.
Clandestine burial site.
Even mentioned the clandestine burial site. They found bones. They even said it themselves.
So again, that drives us back to Susan's question. Why didn't they move Stephen Avery over there? See, it doesn't. Right. It would have completely muddied the whole thing. I mean, this is just an opinion, of course.
Yep.
But it is a great question, Susan. I may kill you.
But also Obi-Wan makes a very good point, because this is the confusing thing, and we're going to talk about it on Reading with the Crew. There were 3 cadaver dogs that hit at Mickle's Quarry. 3. And Ertl went there and dug the material out. And I think he had to dig like 6 feet of material. And I think he was there with his sifting equipment. So 3 different cadaver dogs at Mickle's Quarry. This is the opposite side of the Avery salvage yard hit on this article. Items. They found tissue. They found blood. And in one report, I think it's by Sipple, he mentions bone. These items were collected by Earl and his team. I think they had their sifting equipment there. One day after, Deedring caused the cadaver dogs to go back. This was on November the 6th. They asked the cadaver dogs to go back. The cadaver dogs didn't hit anymore because the scent source was gone, right? The material was sent to Culhane to test. Culhane came up to the conclusion that the material was non-human in nature. That means it had to be animal. But Obi-Wan knows, he's an expert with these dogs. These dogs don't pick up animal smells. They're trained to detect human decomposition. So how did Culhane work out and establish that these items were non-human in origin? Could that have possibly been part of Teresa Horbach? Right? So now the narrative becomes more weird. What the hell are they finding all these parts scattered all around the Avery salvage yard? It doesn't make any sense.
You know, Doc, also, I'm really surprised Earl being present, that he wouldn't have done a presumptive test right then.
No. He did. It was positive for blood.
Well, there you go.
It was positive. And that's why he was asked during the trial. He goes, well, could you tell whether the blood was human or animal? He goes, no. It only detects that it's the presence of hemoglobin, right? But how can 3 cadaver dogs hit at Mickle's Quarry and the conclusion is, no, it wasn't human in origin? Yeah, I think it's a bit of a stretch. Yep. I think it's a bit of a stretch. Correct. All right, guys. Do we have any further questions? All right. We've been getting a lot of excellent feedback from chat as well. So there's no doubt that Sarah and her bloodhound Loof were at Cuss Road. We know they were at Cuss Road, and we can see that picture where they basically said, nope, you cannot cross the police tape. All right, Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? This is slide A3. Now, I know that Duke is going to go off, but this is important, right? So I put this slide together. This was not shown on cam. There's a big problem with the burn pit, right? A huge problem with the burn pit. And the problem is you've got allegedly one combustion event. The state is saying that Teresa Horbach was placed in the burn pit and incinerated in the burn pit. But there's a problem. You can see that just from these images, there's a vast array of bone and bone fragments, right? If you look to the extreme left, the state is saying that this is bone. This is a bone fragment entwined in the tire wire. And you can see from the color of that bone fragment, alleged bone fragment, it is completely whitish in appearance, but it's amorphic. It doesn't have a distinct bone-like structure at all. It all looks like crumbled material. And I'll get Duke to comment in a minute. In the center, you've got highly fragmented cranial bone fragments. And look at the difference and contrast in color. They're completely different in color. But this is all coming from the same combustion event, right? The state is saying that Teresa Horbach was incinerated in one spot, one location. So you can tell that there's a huge variety difference in those bone fragments. Now, they were only able to recover 35% of Teresa Horbach's skull, according to Dr. Eisenberg. Where the hell's the rest of the skull? But most perplexing, and Duke will comment, on the right-hand side, in the same combustion event, we have got bone that is hardly burnt, and we have human muscle tissue. There's 3 pieces that I've highlighted there. And one of the muscle tissue pieces is over 2 inches in length. So how, in the same combustion event, can you get highly burnt bone fragments that are dark in color, some are white, are amorphic in appearance, allegedly intertwined in the tire wire, yet muscle survived in the same cremation event? And Jack 61, if you scroll down a little bit to the right-hand side on the bottom, in yonder burn barrel number 2, they found a human bone fragment with cut marks, hesitation cut mark. That's from a saw, right? A saw. So that is good evidence. Dr. Symes looked at these cremains. There are other bones that have got straight cuts all the way through. There's evidence of dismemberment, right? Now notice that that bone fragment looks very, very different to the other ones. Then in the center, you've got Dr. Simley, who reconstructed a tooth. He had to super glue 2 roots. On top is where the crowns of the teeth are normally found. They found no crowns. All the crowns are gone. Now, from what I've read, what I've researched, the crowns of a tooth are almost impossible to burn because the tooth is extremely, extremely strong. How can you possibly have no crowns? I can't explain it, right? And to the left-hand side, you've got the rivets, right? You've got the so-called rivets from Teresa Halbach's jeans. They looked hardly burnt at all. So if Jack 61 zooms out, you can see a massive variety of material, allegedly all recovered from Stephen Avery's burn pit, and there's a huge degree of variation. Plus, of course, we've got the box of bones as well. So how can you get this huge variety of combustible materials in the same burn pit? Duke, do you want to take over?
Well, the answer is you can't. And I'm happy to walk through this kind of step by step for people.
Yes, go for it.
Answer any questions that anyone has, because this is where I've spent the vast majority of my time researching. And part of that research is includes the chain of custody. That's really important. Was really important to me was to follow, because we don't have photos or video of the burn pit in situ. I felt like the next best thing. I get it. Everyone makes mistakes. They've admitted, the state has admitted it was a mistake that they didn't take pictures and video of that scene.
Correct.
The next best thing should be chain of custody, so that I can at least follow where and when remains were found. And that in and of itself is, if anyone's tried to do so, next to impossible as well. It's frustrating. But what I will say is I really want to talk about, for people who haven't heard me talk about item BZ before, it's absolutely critical that people realize that this piece of muscle that you're going to see on the right here,
yes,
along with this bone fragment that's up top highlighted in red, those 2 items, if they were in the burn pit on the 8th, if they were claimed to be, those would have been the 2 largest bone fragments / pieces of muscle tissue.
Correct.
That would have been seen by law enforcement that day. If you look at the box of bones, there's not a single bone fragment that's larger than these 2 right here. And so if you don't know, what happened on the 8th when they were sifting the burn site or the burn pit was they would take a shovelful. Ertl would typically take a shovelful of the ash that
correct,
above the hard crusted bottom of the burn pit. So he wouldn't dig down. He would kind of just like a dustpan almost scoop the ash, the loose ash, onto a shovel, put it onto a sifter that was about chest high or so for the people that were looking at it. Once it got onto the sifter, the metal mesh that was on the sifting device was about 1/4 inch in width. And they would spread out the shovelful of ash and dirt that was put on there with their hands, gloved hands,
Yes.
to examine everything that was larger than 1/4 inch, essentially, that remained on top of the sifting device there. From
Correct.
that point, what they were looking for was anything of evidentiary value. Obviously, bones, metal grommets, zippers, anything that was potentially of evidentiary value was meant to go in this box of bones that we saw.
Correct.
So in order to believe that this piece of muscle tissue and bone fragment was present in the burn pit on the 8th, you have to believe that at one point in time, someone within law enforcement that was helping sift that day saw these pieces, picked them up with their hands, said to themselves, this is not of evidentiary value, and put them on the tarp that was underneath the sifter. And to me, that's impossible to believe. Could be wrong.
That's what they're suggesting.
No, that's what has to
bypass
happen,
it.
because it can't physically fit through a 1/4 inch mesh. So
Correct.
you have to believe that someone picked it up, examined it, and threw it on the tarp, saying it's not of evidentiary value.
And none of the cadaver dogs smelled this. And this is muscle tissue. And again, none of us are experts, but I'm just, as many dogs that were around that pit, how could they not? And no one smelled any odor of death and decay and that terrible smell we've all been told about. I'm sure Jeff could probably tell us some horror stories of what he's been through. No one reported it. Not one.
Yeah. And I also think it's important for people to look closely at these items here in item BZ, because if you look at these and you compare them to any other of the bone fragments that you see, especially, again, let's just take the ones that are found in the box of bones, they are significantly different in regards to how degraded they are from a burn standpoint.
Correct.
It is almost looks like a completely separate burn event to get the bones that are in the box of bones.
That's exactly what it looks like to me, Duke. That's exactly how it comes out.
100% correct. And just for the audience, if you have an item like this, if you're doing a DNA prep, if you're also looking at mitochondrial DNA analysis, you take it from the muscle tissue, right? You prepare genomic DNA from the muscle tissue. You don't try and scrape any material from a bone. This is a potential rich source of DNA. You would never take it from a piece of bone. You would take it from muscle tissue.
Mm-hmm. And if I could just, if you want to highlight Jamie's last comment there, because it is a good point to bring up. There is one statement about smelling something terrible, and Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're speaking of there is Brendan Dassey's.
Brendan, correct.
What I would, I guess, ask in return about is where I find trouble believing that there was actual foul smell in that burn pit was the fact that on the 10th of November, Rod Pevito, who was at the time one of the top, I guess, arson investigators in the state. He was a part of a board that was had 1,000 members or so across the world. Been doing it for close to 30 years. He had examined, based on his own testimony, over 100 scenes where, unfortunately, there was human remains that were in these fire investigations that he was a part of. So he was very, understanding of how to identify human remains that had been in an event. And then two, he obviously would have been aware of the unfortunate smell that was a part of any sort of fire investigation that involved a human fatality. And as he was on his hands and knees, along with 2 other arson investigators on November the 10th, what he described at the burn pit was actually an odor of tires that had been,
Tires, correct.
and said
Yeah.
nothing about an odor of any sort of human decomposition or human remains that he had smelled. And I have a hard time believing that he could identify the odor of tires and not a mixture or probably predominantly.
It's a very distinct smell. And if I could just add, Jamie stated that he wasn't referring to Brendan Dassey, but Travis Crowell. And that we spent, a couple of podcasts talking about Travis Crowell.
Oh, yeah.
And also the direction of the wind. The wind was blowing away from Travis Crowell. It wasn't blowing towards him, which meant that if there was a combustion event in the burn pit, he would have never received the smell. But what it does indicate that if Travis Crowell had smelled a foul odor that he hadn't smelled before, it means that someone was burning either a body or a body part close to him, right? And lo and behold, what do we find? Human bones in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, which is right next door to where Travis Crowell was working that night.
Yeah, what I meant, Jamie, was that there were no officers that reported anything that were right there on top of that burn pit. And I'm talking about Reese. Reese was right there on the 6th, right beside that pit, taking photos. You had Officer Jost feeding bear. You had other people around that pit. I'm just basing what I'm saying. I'm not an expert. I'm just basing it on what I've seen and read. I'm not talking about in movies and all that. I'm talking about real life. That when, police officers and various lab techs walk up on a cremation site, like in a burn pit like that, the odor is overpowering. It's very noticeable. And no one reported it. No one.
Correct. And just to answer Travis's question, that's where you obtain your DNA from, and also your mitochondria from the muscle, right? Muscle definitely contains the cells with mitochondria and also with a nuclei. The only cell that doesn't have a nucleus is red blood cells. But muscle is a rich supply of mitochondria, because remember, in your muscle, you need to generate a lot of ATP for muscular activity, and muscles are biochemically extremely active. In fact, your muscle is where most of your glucose ends up going when you consume a meal and break it down to glucose. Muscles are very, very metabolically active tissues, and because they're jam-packed full of cells, it's a rich source of both mitochondrial DNA and also genomic DNA. Correct. So if you're an analyst looking to get a genomic DNA profile, that's what you get, muscle. You don't go for the bone.
Mm-hmm.
Also, to add to what Duke was talking about, I just, for the life of me, if Earl was there, doing this function, of course, we don't have any, photographs, but I would think, him being not necessarily a forensic anthropologist, but how would he have missed this? And I can't answer that question.
He would not have. And let me just be really clear. And this is something that people, I often find, in my own personal opinion, that are on the guilter side of things in the case here. I've never got an answer on this. That's straightforward. Because Erdl, if you remember during his testimony, he said that multiple times throughout that sifting process, he had people that would present to him and look at him and say, hey, is this bone? And his response was, if there's any question whatsoever, put it in the box.
Correct. Put it in the box. Correct. And what's damning, as we'll discuss, none of this material was talked about by Bennett, Professor Bennett, because none of this material was in the box.
Nope. It was discovered on the 10th by Pevito when he says he examined a tarp full of debris that came from the burn pit. And again, I believe that he found this in a tarp full of debris. I do. I do not believe that the tarp full of debris came from the burn pit. I believe it came from somewhere else. And I'm sure in due time, I'll explain to you where exactly I believe it came from and why, based on supported documents. But one thing I can pretty much say with almost absolute certainty is that these pieces that you see on the screen right now were never, ever in Stephen Avery's burn pit.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. And the other thing, of course, is that Brutus and Julie Kramer were right next to the burn pit on the night of November the 5th.
Doc, I mean, I see Jamie is going on about Groel smelling something. Why is he the only one that has came forward and says he smelt something? There was people in the salvage yard. There was people in the hussies that live on Cush Road, and things like that. But none of them have came and said they smell a foul smell. You know, if you you know how bad it is to burn tires and the smell and everything like that comes off of that. And
Correct.
just like you're saying, like where the wind goes and everything like that, you smell it. You know what I mean? So if a whole body was burned on that fire pit, why the hell is no one else came forward apart from this one person and says that they smell a foul smell?
But the problem with Groel is that the wind was blowing away from him, not towards him. And don't forget, there was a forest in between him and the burn pit. So there's no way that smoke is going to waft anywhere near where Travis Groel was. And everyone on the property that were literally meters from the burn pit, not one person smelled a burning human body. Not one.
Yeah, exactly, Doc. Exactly. So because one person has came forward and says they smell a foul smell, that means nothing.
No.
In my opinion, anyway, that means nothing. If there has been a body burnt on that property, anywhere on that property, Ma would have smelt it, Chuck would have smelt it, Errol would have smelt it, any customers that were on that property, whether they were in the office or what, because they're not that far apart when you actually look at it. You know what I mean? That smell would have been rife and would have been vile, and everybody would have been smelling it. I mean, I've got farmers in my area that are about 2 miles away from me, but when they spray their fields with manure, by God, I fucking smell it here. You know what I mean? So, and that's just manure. If you're talking about a burning body, that smell is going to linger and it is going to be vile. And it's not just going to be one random person that just smells something vile. It would be drivers that are driving past with their windows rolled down, gone, you know, past Avery Road and things like that. It's not like it's a smell that you can disguise.
No.
In my opinion, you know.
There were people coming and going during that night, including individuals that picked up Blaine Dassey and dropped them off. Remember, because he went trick-and-treating. No one mentions a foul odor, including Scott Tadich, who allegedly saw a great big whopping fire, and also Candy, who also said she saw a great big whopping fire. There was no associated smell coming from that burn pit. And it's very interesting because when they asked Brendan, the very first time, he goes, "Did you smell anything?" And he goes, "Nope, no smell." Yet several interviews later, he goes, "Yeah, it smelled bad." But I have a feeling what he was talking about was not the smell of a burning body, but the smell of tire rubber burning. Correct.
Yeah, it smells pretty bad. I've burned a lot of tires in my lifetime, but you know, another, I think, real fact that we're looking past. Again, I don't know this stuff. I just know what I've learned over time. To incinerate a body to the level of calcination that we see in these photos would require, well, number one, a lot of time. Number two, a lot of fuel. And number three, something to force oxygen into that fire to get it hot enough. Tires are not going to burn to that much heat, that
No.
hot, and you
No.
can't get near it anyway.
No.
You can't. It will burn you. It'll catch your clothes on fire. It'll burn your skin.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that particular night on October the 31st, there were people coming and going all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to remember, it was mid evening. It wasn't like 1 o'clock in the morning. It was people were coming and going, being picked up for trick and treating. Plus, Mama Avery was home, Chuck was home, and there were others on the property as well.
The yard was open till probably 5 o'clock, I'm guessing.
Yes.
That would probably be around dusk.
Correct. And the other person, of course, who saw a fire was Josh Redont. He doesn't recall a smell, and he said that the fire was restrained to a burn barrel.
Yes.
Not a fire pit. So the only person who reported a foul odor was Travis Crowell. And what's damning, of course, was Earl and Robert Fabian were right next to the burn pit in a golf cart. Neither of them smelled anything.
That's right.
Yeah.
And another thing is that the process of cremating a human being, of course, is all done in a nefarious way, right? You rape, butcher somebody, shoot her in the head, whatever, and then you want to destroy every evidence or as much evidence as you want. That takes also a psychological effect. Not only that it takes, for a human body to be burnt, fire, fuel and time, but it also requires constant attention, because you can't just leave the body burning in front of your house and then go back in the house to clean it,
or
to talk to your fiance on the phone, not once but twice, see your mother, see your nephews, and so forth.
Correct. Jude, would you like to continue? Thank you, Neverly.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I would like to continue, and I just want to, reference some of the pictures that you have on this slide here, because there's certain things that Convicting a Murderer did not answer to. And one of those, if we look from item BZ and we go down a picture and we look at that bone fragment there, that has very clear what's been described as, correct me here, Doc, saw marks.
Correct. It's a hesitation cut mark.
Hesitation cut mark. Unless I missed something in Convicting a Murderer, I don't believe they talked about how this type of cut mark got here. And for people that don't know, this is a bone that was, it's property tag 7964, and it was found in the Yonda burn barrel, number 2. And it was one of the items that they said that was large enough that Stephen had, said, okay, I'm going to take some of these larger pieces from my burn pit here and put them in the Yonda burn barrel. That's the state's and Convicting the Murderer's theory as to how those bones got there. What they didn't answer was how these hesitation cut marks got here on this bone, because I can tell you one thing again for certain, and that's a shovel and a rake don't make these type of cut marks.
No, they don't.
My question to people that are following Convicted Murder and might agree with that line of thinking is, how do hesitation cut marks get on these bones? Because that's something Convicting a Murderer did not tell us.
Correct.
Or Stephen's trial, for that matter.
Oh, correct. Yes, they really didn't want to talk about any evidence of dismemberment. But remember that Fassbender and Uyghur alluded to it when they were questioning Brendan, because they said to him, and we'll talk about it in a minute, they said to him, did you do anything else to Teresa while in the garage? Did you use those wires that were hanging from the rafters? And you could clearly tell Brendan had no idea what they're talking about. Right. And Brendan never discussed dismemberment.
Right.
Straight away, his entire story, he should have been sent home to his mother. He had no idea what happened.
And they knew early on about these hesitation cut marks. And I'm talking about very early on.
Yeah. And I would just challenge, Jamie makes a great point that remember guys, there was a hacksaw blade that was found inside the burn pit.
Yes.
And not only was that not collected right away, but when it was, and correct me if I'm wrong here, no one ever tested that for anything.
No testing.
No testing. No.
But there was never anything that the state presented about how she was dismembered with some sort of hacksaw prior to being put on that fire. They went with Brendan's story, which is that, remember, and he provided us with the only in situ photo of that burn pit area.
Of the burn pit, correct.
He was put on whole. That's their story, and that's what they went with.
Correct. So basically, the narrative that Brendan was saying is not the narrative of what the forensic evidence is indicating. And the ridiculous notion that that Stephen picked up 4 bone fragments and decided to dump them in his sister's burn barrel is outrageous, because there was a mallet and a hammer right next to the burn pit. So if you wanted to crush those bones any further, all he had to do was hit them. He wouldn't be picking up bone fragments. And then how in the hell does he miss item BZ?
And how does that exculpate him? They're right next door. I mean,
nothing at all. If you want to do something exculpatory, in other words, disguise, surely you remove all the ashes and all signs of a burning event. Putting 4 bone fragments a couple of 100 meters down into your sister's burn barrel is not going to draw attention away from you, surely.
No.
Jamie's saying, if Brendan's statements are nonsensical, why is Sadak using them to establish his point? Well, they used them at trial. That's the state's narrative.
No,
the state's narrative, correct.
That's the difference.
Yeah, they only used the ones that fit their narrative, though, not the ones that didn't.
Exactly.
Correct.
But remember, you have to keep in mind, because we don't have any photos or any in situ video of the bones, we are completely reliant on the reports and the testimony of the individuals that were there, correct?
Correct.
So if that's the case, when Sturdivant describes that the pile of bones that he discovered in that little depression area of the burn pit was piled in the center
of the ash
burn pit, are we to believe that Stephen Avery picked up a couple of bones that he felt like were larger, and then based on the cremation event, he would have had to have kind of swept them into a little nice pile in the center of the burn pit and left them there?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
Doc, we've got somebody new in chat. It's RE Wholesale ATL Marketplace. Hi there, welcome to Foul Play. They said, didn't the anthropologist misidentify human remains? They ended up being some kind of animal. Yes, that was Eisenberg, but it wasn't Stephen's case. It was another case that she did.
It was the Rudy case. That was the Rudy case.
It was the case. That's right. And she said it was chicken bones when it was actually a fetus, wasn't it?
The opposite. She
the
thought
opposite way around.
Yeah, she thought they were human fetal bones. They turned out to be an animal. And you know how they determined that? They stuck it under a microscope, and they also did immunological assays to determine that the bone fragments that she thought were human are bound to animal antibodies stronger than human. And of course, what happened a couple of months later? They found the torso of Christine Rudy with an intact fetus inside.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Doc. Travis just asked a question about how he says it's currently illegal to burn tires in Wisconsin. And then he says, does anyone know if during the time of the case, essentially, if it was legal or not? And I was recently listening to, I believe it's Earl's interview with police on the 9th of November. And one of the things that they are discussing with him, and in the way that I interpreted it, was they were threatening him a little bit with this as well. But in order to pry some information out of him to get some insight into Stephen Avery and if he could do this, one of the things they kept referencing was that it was illegal for him to be burning tires on that property.
That is correct.
And so I believe it was illegal at that time as well, Travis.
And they also threatened him, sorry, Duke, of operating the crusher without Norbs being present.
Correct.
So they were threatening Earl. Correct. Duke, would you like to continue with your analysis of those cremains, or are we done?
Unless people have specific questions about it, I mean, like I said, I think my biggest concern is that I've still yet to get any sort of I've never gotten an answer to item. I've never gotten an answer to item BZ. And again, I am open to being corrected here. If someone can explain to me how those items get missed on the 8th, just because you have individuals that aren't, the closest explanation that I've heard is that, well, they could have been missed because the people that were sifting that area, Erdl, his team, Sturdivant, Jost, all of them, none of them were forensic anthropologists. None of them were experts on human remains. But the fact that they were able to correctly identify close to 100 different pieces of human bones, supposedly, that wound up in that box, and they missed these two. I mean, again, just look at the items. Look how different they are than any ones that were in that box. I've never been able to get a straight answer or an answer that makes sense as to why those items are being missed.
Yeah.
And that's a huge concern because that means that those items were not in Stephen Avery's burn pit.
Yeah.
And that would make sense as to why the cadaver dogs aren't
never hit. Never hit.
In there.
Correct. And just to answer Jamie's question, there's no doubt that Stephen didn't care about the laws about burning tires. He burned tires.
Mm-hmm.
He used to burn them. He used to actually burn them at night time. Yeah, there's no doubt.
100%. I don't think a lot of people around that area didn't care. I know that where I grew up and lived, people didn't care if they had an old tire or whatever for whatever reason.
Yes.
They'd burn it, get rid of it, because if you took it to the junkyard, you're going to get charged extra. So they just burned the damn things.
Earl might have cared about getting busted for it because there would be a fine involved.
True.
Yeah.
True. But Stephen definitely burnt tires. And in fact, I read a report just last night in which Erdl said that Stephen used to ask Brendan to remove the tire wires from the burn pit after burning events and to recycle the metal. So they've actually got a recycling in one of the sheds where Brendan used to take out the tire wires and they recycled the metal. But there's no doubt, Jamie, we're not arguing. Stephen Avery definitely burnt tires and he didn't care, but he burnt them at night time. Correct.
And because remember, sorry, Susan, on you go.
I was just going to say I'm confused because this big ball of wire that supposedly had bones in it. They're saying that Stephen raked these wires up and the bones, were intertwined.
Yes.
But if he raked all those wires into a big ball, how do you end up with a pile of bones in the middle of that pit if it's been raked?
I got no idea, but
can't answer that.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm not saying that there weren't bones in that burn pit and maybe even in the wires, but there was a mixture of material. There's no doubt about it. I'm not arguing that there weren't no bones there. My argument is that Pevito himself, he talked about finding white insulation material that resembled bone, right? that resembled bone, and it was actually burnt insulation from jumper cables. And that's probably what you're looking at right there. That doesn't look like any bone I've ever seen.
Well, also there are no tag numbers that says this bone came from the tire wire.
No,
No,
no.
that's right.
But what is interesting is that Pevito said, "Oh, we collected it anyway," and Eisenberg said that they had a bag of material that was just simply burnt insulation. So isn't that interesting?
There was another comment. I'm sorry, Duke. Just take just a second. During CAM, and this was the implication between, I think it was Kratz and Rookie that were talking. There was an implication that a forensic anthropologist was on the property, and that's not true at all. Go ahead, Duke.
Who's that, Jack?
I think it was between Kratz and Rookie that one of their little interactions that they showed when they were, doing their debate. I don't know if we've got that clip tonight or not. We might, but there was a definite implication that a forensic anthropologist was present. He didn't say it quite like that, but there was definitely the implied thing.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get that. I got them all making excuses for one not being there.
Right.
Oh, you don't really have to. You can either bring the bones to us, or we go out there one way or the other.
Oh
And
yeah, that
that's
was
not
from
the
that.
way-
That was from that other dude. Yeah, the guy from what department is he from, Duke?
Which one?
The guy that was a photographer that was on there quite a bit. That came down and took the photos. Grand Chute.
Oh yeah. Gosh, what's his name? He's in CAM.
I can't think of his name.
Yep. In terms, I mean, it's important to get one thing straight. There's no doubt that there were human bone fragments that were sifted from that burn pit. You have any issues with that, Duke?
No, I don't.
Yeah, Jamie, we're not saying there wasn't bone there.
Oh no, there were definitely bone fragments
No.
in the burn pit. We're not arguing that. Hell, that's not a conspiracy. There were bone fragments.
No.
But the question is, how did they get there?
Yeah.
And if you look at
He's saying he didn't rake them into a ball. That's how the wires came from the tires. When the tires were burned.
they were in a ball. Somebody raked them up, and we know that Sturdivant is the one that actually raked them out of the burn pit and put them next to the seat. Right, Duke? He's the one he's the one that got the rake and took them out.
Probably why Earl told him to go screw himself. He wasn't taking up with us because the scene had been altered.
It had been altered. Correct. Duke.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Here's the biggest issue, Jamie, with the wire and the bones that were intertwined with it. On the 8th of November, when Sturdivant and Erdl and Jost and Deb Strauss and the people that were there were sifting the burn pit, they were there with the sole intent to collect anything that they thought was potentially of evidentiary value that day that they could find before the darkness came in, correct? And one of the things that Sturdivant said during trial was that he looked at the ball of tire wires, and what he thought was that there were potential skull bone fragments intertwined with it. So my question would be, if he believed that there's bone fragments in the tire wire, why the hell does he not collect it on the 8th? Why?
Yeah, correct. They left them. You see, the issue is, if you look at the box of bones, you never see a bone fragment looking like this, right? That's amorphic, which means it doesn't have a distinct shape, right? So if you co-burn material with the tire wires, you're going to get all sorts of rubbish intermingled in between the tire wires. That's not a bone fragment. Now, I'm not.
There's also some, though, Doc, that do look like they could be bones.
Yes, I'm not
arguing
arguing
this
that.
photo.
Correct. I'm not arguing that at all. There were definitely human bone fragments in the tire wire. Now, during the trial, they asked Pevito. I believe it was Pevito. They said, okay, how can these bone fragments possibly end up in the wire? And he gave them a few scenarios. And one of them is, could you actually tell the difference if somebody simply got the bones and dumped them in the tire wires? And he goes, nope. In other words, he could not be definitive of how those cremains ended up intermingled with the tire wires, including just dropping them in, right? Now, if you burn a human body with tires, how on earth are you going to get bone fragments which are separate from the main bulk of the tire wires, right? Quite clearly, there are cremains that are present in the Manitowoc County gravel pit, probably elsewhere. How come they're not intermingled with the tire wires? How come none of the instruments that were around the burn pit, how come none of them show any evidence that they came in contact with a human being or bones? None.
Well, I got another question, and maybe it's maybe another mistake or whatever. But considering this alleged big find that they had on the afternoon of the 8th, I guess my question is, why wasn't the crime lab, like a Sturdivant and real people that do this kind of thing? I don't know Earl is a forensic scientist, but I don't really think his training is in that area. I could be wrong. But why didn't they string up lights like Pevito had done? They had the lights and the generators available, high intensity lights. Why didn't they stay after dark and continue this processing of the scene? You would think that would be important. I would think so.
Now yes, that photograph you see of the on the top left-hand corner, that wasn't taken on November the 8th. I hope people realize that.
Right.
That's not November the 8th. I believe that's November the 10th, right?
Yeah, but remember, Doc, the bones in Manitowoc gravel pit and the bone and the stuff in Meikle's quarry, that's no important. That's just to get plunked aside and ignored. You know what I mean? But the bones in Stephen's burn pit are the ones that we're supposed to take as truthful. I mean, it's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. And you've got to remember that place was searched at least 5 times before these things were bloody found.
Correct.
Yeah.
100% correct. And look, a picture, unless you have a forensic anthropologist saying this is a bona fide bone fragment, to me, that's amorphic material that's unidentifiable. Whereas the picture in the middle, they are human cranial bone fragments.
Yeah.
A high school kid can determine that they're cranial bone fragments. You show anybody the image on the left, you're not going to get unilateral agreement that that's a bone fragment, right? That is the problem. And that's why we're going back and around in circles. If you spot a bone in a burn pit or anywhere near a burn pit, the proper course of action is tools down. You get the coroner, you get her or his group of experts who completely document the crime scene. Not that in 2023 we're playing guess the bone fragment.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So Doc, here's the thing. The argument about the burn pit and why it was treated the way that it was that it was because they were unaware of whether or not those bones were human.
Correct.
From a surface level, I understand that. However, you then have to answer to me this question. Earlier that day, they found a Toyota key in Stephen's bedroom.
Correct.
Immediately, not knowing for sure that Toyota key was Teresa Halbach's. You can't know for sure. We're on a
But
salvage
what
yard.
did they immediately do? What did they immediately do?
They stopped everything, and Tom
Yes.
Fassbender, Mark Wiegert, immediately come to that area. Photos are taken. That piece of evidence is handled with extreme care and caution. We have good record, although there's stories about it in and of itself. We have good record and documentation of that key. Now let's go to the day before, and let's go to Cuss Road. This potential burial site is found. Potential burial site.
Correct.
Do they know for sure what's in there? Absolutely not.
No,
But what do they do, Doc? They stop everything.
they shut
Crime
everything
scene
down. They shut
put up
everything
around
down.
the area. Tom Fassbender, Mark Wiegert, are they out there? Hell yeah, they're out there.
Yes, they are.
Do they know for sure that anything's there? No. So the excuse of they don't know for sure that these bones are human is a complete hypocrisy to the way that they've handled every other piece of evidence that they've found. It's bullshit and it doesn't add up. Okay? If
And
you find
nobody-
bones in the backyard of the person that you at that point clearly have identified as your prime suspect, your prime person of interest, you are going to shut everything down and make sure that everything in that area is 100% documented. And you're not going to leave that scene for the next, 36, 40 hours
Oh, correct.
to confirm that
And-
they're human before coming back. Because that's not what they did for a peat
No.
moss bag and a rotten wooden pallet.
Oh, that's correct. The interesting thing is that they treated a peat moss bag and a rotting wooden pallet as a bona fide crime scene, whereas they treated the bona fide crime scene as nothing, because not even
not-
Fassbender nor Wiegert rolled up.
Not to mention the fact that Tom Sturdivant looked in that pit and said, I saw obvious human bones.
That's correct.
And guess what? They even called, there's a report, for people that don't know, Deb Strauss called Tom Fassbender and told her what they had found there, allegedly.
Yes.
Based on what she said, nah, no need for them to come up. So they knew, and still, no need for them to come up.
Oh, correct.
Yeah. And beyond that, the two guys that discovered this major event in the burn pit didn't want credit for it. Didn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah. Jost and Sipple did not want anything to do with the burn pit. And the interesting comment was that when Jost and Sturdivant looked at the bone fragment that was in the grass, the comment was human spinal fragment, vertebrae.
Yes.
Human
Yes.
spine, which meant that, I think we found the victim. And yet
And wasn't photographed or collected as far as I know.
photographed, it was not collected, and the crime scene tape never extended to that bone fragment. Right, Duke?
Right.
Never extended out to that bone fragment.
Never.
So there's something weird going on with the burn pit.
Well, it's not something weird. It's something evident. And what would any reasonable person realize here in this situation is whatever was at the burn pit on the 8th was not important enough for any of the lead investigators, any at the time arson investigators. Keep in mind, no arson investigator was at the burn pit on the 8th. And if you don't believe me, ask Brenda. She'll confirm to you that no arson investigator was at the burn pit on the 8th. Okay? They called
Correct.
them and they didn't come out. So why is that? The only answer that's reasonable in my head is that whatever was there was not important enough for the other people to come out and examine themselves.
Yeah, it was not obvious enough. Correct. It was
And
not.
no photos.
There were no
No
in situ
photos.
photographs. There were no videos. There was nothing. Now, look, we're definitely not disputing that human remains weren't found, but it's.
But how did they get there? How did they get there?
Yes, it was highly suspicious.
It's not
of how these
speculation
criminals
that there
were
were
found.
no photos taken, Jamie.
There were no photos.
If
There
there were photos taken, where are they at? They weren't presented at trial.
No.
And as far as to my knowledge, there was none turned over to the defense. I've talked to Buting numerous times.
In fact, what was embarrassing, guys, and we've covered this, they had to show the officers who were there Trooper Reese's photographs that were taken on November the 6th.
That's right.
They had to use Trooper Reese's photos from November the 6th to the officers that were at the burn pit on November the 8th. That is
And we have
critical.
we have the email too, Doc, from Fassbender to Erdl.
We do. There were, so Jamie, there were no in situ photos taken of the burn pit on the 8th. None.
There was no grid laid out.
No.
And
No.
I don't go with the excuse that, you know, there wasn't a whole skeleton there. There's still evidence in the way the bones are. You can still.
Correct.
There's investigative stuff there.
Correct, because you need to determine whether the burn pit itself was the primary burn location or whether material was dumped at the burn pit. The anecdotal evidence suggests that material was added to the burn pit rather than it being the primary burn site. Because as Duke eloquently said, sorry, Jack 61, if that's the primary burn site, that's the highest concentration of the odorants of death. There's no way that a dog like Brutus simply walks past the burn pit, right? They can detect humans. Well, the obvious proof is this. Brutus went from the burn pit and went straight to Yonder burn barrels, some considerable distance away, and Brutus had a 100% hit count. Everywhere he gave an alert, they found evidence of human decomposition.
And there is no excuse for not calling a coroner. Fassbender even said it in CAM. There is no excuse. The coroner would have called a forensic anthropologist and done it correctly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, and to add to, this whole thing about not calling the coroner and not having photos, listen to the phone call of November 9th of Lieutenant Kelly Sippel. And what he found, they didn't take any photos that I can find anywhere of what he found in situ. And as far as I know, those bones have never been identified. I can't find anything. What did he find? Where are they labeled at? I can't find anything.
Correct. And what blew my mind, Duke, was that now in CAM, they've now openly admitted that human bones were found at the Manitowoc County gravel pit in 3 separate piles. They've admitted it. Duke, would you like to continue, or we continue? We continue the program.
Yeah. No. I'll just try to explain to you why I'm so skeptical on the burn pit area. Rod Pevito is the guy. Look him up. Look up his credentials. He is the guy you want at this type of scene. He was not available, until he got there on the 10th. Or I guess the 9th. I'm not disputing like they should have waited for him or anything, but the way in which he investigated that burn pit was how it should have been handled. And that's by someone who knows exactly what they're doing from an arson standpoint. He did create a systematic approach, a contamination approach. When you come across even potential human remains, you don't know if they're human or animal, and you're investigating a missing person that, again, in Convicting a Murderer's own words, were that on the 5th they believed Teresa was dead, right?
Yes.
So they're looking for a body, potential remains, and you come across bones, and you're not going to treat those in a way that they could potentially be Teresa's.
Red flags should have gone up immediately.
They should have gone up, and a few went down onto the ground, right? Like Joseph's red flag.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but the whole story around the burn pit on the 8th and the fact that not a single person, I don't care about the weather. When they say the weather was bad in the night, what they're talking about is the wind. And the wind didn't pick up till the afternoon. If that was a potential site of Teresa's remains, they would have brought the floodlights out on the 8th. They would have not left that site until they got every single piece of potential bone out of there.
Correct.
They would have photographed it.
Correct.
They would have documented where every single piece came from. That's what would have happened if that was the site that Teresa was, her remains were burned at.
Correct. And what is most damning for me is the fact that Jost and two fellow officers, one of which was a dog handler, Groening, were on the burn pit feeding there, right? Because we saw where they put the food. You found the picture where they had dropped the food. They were on the burn pit. They were literally feet from human bone fragments and from the highest concentration of smell. Now, isn't it interesting that not even the dog handler detected any odorants coming from that burn pit? Now, don't you think that's rather damning?
Yes.
Yeah. Isn't that rather damning that you got Sergeant Jason Jost with two other fellow officers, Groening, who is a canine dog handler? None of them reported seeing any bone fragments, nor noting any type of smell coming from the burn pit. Now, that's meant to be an in situ burn pit. No one has touched a thing. Guys, would you agree that there's something not quite right here? I mean, I understand what Jamie is saying, but clearly this is not your conventional murder scenario. Nothing adds up. Guys, do we have any further questions?
Jamie thinks we're alleging a huge conspiracy.
No, we're not.
No, we're not. We're alleging a very small one.
He wants to take that on. Wants us to take that on directly.
No, we have. Who the hell's alleging a grand? In fact, I haven't even mentioned the word conspiracy.
I haven't either. That comes from the other side, Jamie. That's not us.
Yeah.
You're looking for another group. You're looking at the wrong group. That's not us at all.
Let me just say this: if the bones were planted, if the key was planted, and so on, there is a conspiracy among a few of the law enforcement people. That is a conspiracy.
But the bottom line is this: who put those items there?
Yeah.
Was it law enforcement or somebody else?
We've narrowed it down.
Yeah.
We have
in our minds. I mean,
Yes.
we don't know for sure. It's speculation, of course. We weren't there.
Yeah, it is speculation. And Jamie, what I would say to you is that it's hard to answer a question of like, how is this not a huge conspiracy? I don't know how to like simplify an answer to you there, but if you have questions about something specifically, we can answer them. We're not here to present a whole bunch of speculation and conspiracy. All we're doing is following the evidence.
That's it. Correct.
Coming up with reasonable conclusions based on that evidence. So if there's questions that are more specific to certain pieces of evidence, we can answer those. But questions that are broad, like how is this not a big conspiracy, are hard to answer because how do we simplify that down into a response?
Correct. I mean, at the moment, what we're doing is we're giving a rebuttal to Cam episode 8. I can't even answer the question how Teresa got killed. All I'm suggesting is this: by looking at the forensic evidence, it is nowhere near what Ken Kratz presented in court.
That's right. I was just exactly going to say that, Doc.
That has been my issue from 5 years ago, from studying this case every day for hours. I'm trying to scratch my head thinking, how is the scenario that Kratz presented to the world on March the 2nd, based on what Brendan Dassey said, how does that fit into the narrative of the forensic evidence that we see now? And the answer is it does not add up. None of us have mentioned conspiracy at all. We don't even know what happened.
Yeah,
So-
there's a possibility Stephen did kill her. But if
We
he
have to-
did,
Yes.
it did not happen the way that it was presented in court. There is just no way, after looking at all of the investigation, the evidence, and how it went down. It's to me, in my mind, it's impossible that is what happened to Teresa Halbach.
I
Correct.
completely
Tried to
agree with
come up
that.
with other scenarios in my head. I've spent hours trying to come up with scenarios that Stephen did it and how he did it and where he did it. And I cannot make it work. I can't make it work. I wish I
can't
could.
either.
The bottom line is this, and I've said it and you too, Jack 61, in hundreds of podcasts. If we believe Stephen is guilty, we accept it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
Not one of us has said, no. Impossible. But what Susan said is what we're trying to work out. It can't be by the way the state has presented it. It cannot be.
Yeah. We've got somebody new in chat, Doc.
Welcome.
Rowan01. Hello there, Rowan. Welcome to Foul Play. They say, hi. Is everything that has been discussed the reason that the jury did not convict Avery of mutilating of a corpse?
Well, I can't understand it. I mean,
We don't know.
I don't know what the jury was thinking. I honestly don't know. Mind you, in a separate trial, Brendan Dassey was found guilty of mutilation of a corpse, but not Stephen Avery. And it's bizarre. I know they're two different trials, but the state is saying that Stephen used garden instruments to break up the bones, and as a result, that's called mutilation of a corpse. And Stephen was found not guilty, but Brendan Dassey was.
Yeah, I can't understand that at all.
Correct. I mean, I want to emphasize again, we're trying to find Stephen Avery guilty. Please understand that what we do, we're a different channel. We look at the forensic evidence. Susan has asked some of the best questions that I still can't answer. We want to find him guilty, but we can't find Stephen guilty in the manner presented by the state. We cannot even associate Brendan Dassey with Teresa Halbach at all.
And that is what Cam put out, what was presented by the state.
By the state, correct. Now, the narrative that Cam have followed is from Ken Kratz's book. If you read Ken Kratz's book and you put Cam side by side, it's the same story. Guys, would you agree? It's exactly the same story.
Yeah.
Very, very close, right? So we're trying to work out, all right, here is the evidence. Now, we're not experts on crime scene analysis, but we're looking at the forensic evidence. We've consulted with attorneys. We have consulted with dog experts, canine experts. Others have spoken to crime scene detectives. Even they can't work it out. Dude.
Well, here's the thing, and you know, I appreciate Jamie for saying this here. You know, he says we agree state narrative is wrong. If the state's narrative is wrong, there should be a new damn trial.
Correct.
Exactly. 100%.
Yes.
100%.
That's what he was convicted on.
Correct. We're not arguing with you, Jamie. We are here to find the truth. We're not arguing with you. We want to find the truth. But the state put a narrative together that is not supported by their own forensic evidence, correct? You look, and that's why we're looking at Loof and what Loof discovered. What Loof discovered makes no sense. What's Teresa's live scent doing there? According to Sarah, it's because her cremains wafted in the air and landed on the western berm
blew over there. Yeah.
and blew and went into the water, and somehow that scent collated at the western berm. And I'm going to show you that could not have been the case. So, as Duke said, and Jamie, as you've been arguing, what the court presented, what the state presented for both Brendan's trial and Stephen's trial is not the narrative of what happened to Teresa. We want to find out what happened. If it involved Stephen, if it involved Brendan, it could not have been what was presented during those two trials. I hope you agree.
And I have to add this because Jamie's a detective, and I'm sure he has had to deal with their share of bad things. But here's the thing.
Yes.
The criminal justice system, our criminal justice system anyway, even if you look at it, I guess kind of in a dark light, it's not really supposed to work that way. And when he says, well, maybe the crime didn't happen the way that they presented. Well, I'm sorry, that's what he got convicted of what was presented
Correct.
To this jury. And the problem being, one of the big problems being, much of what we know, they never got to hear. They never got to see it.
No.
And you can't say that it's not relevant and important because it is. If he's guilty, present that information out there, but you have to present the other side of what else was going on. Because
put someone in prison for life and not have proved their guilt.
You gotta let the whole story out, not just some of the story, to craft theatrics at trial. It's wrong, and that's maybe people call that dumb or whatever. When somebody says your civic duty, but I think about other people being in that situation, like Brendan. He got completely and royally screwed, in my opinion.
Correct.
From the very beginning, he got completely and royally screwed over by a bunch of people that had to have him as to take away that alibi aspect. One last thing, and I'll shut up. That Susan brought up was this phone call on October 30th, where Brendan was over at Stephen's.
Yes.
Garage.
That's over at the garage.
In the garage.
Yeah.
Garage. You know what? I have to apologize to Susan because we've spent over 3 hours and we're only on slide 3.
See, you know what I'm talking about.
I do. But I think, Jack 61, that phone call might be interesting to play. How long does it go for?
It's very short.
It's a pretty short call, I think. Susan listened to it. I didn't. She just told me about it.
So Brendan was cleaning
in the very
garage.
beginning where Stephen says that he and Brendan are in the garage.
Cleaning.
And then if you skip forward to the mark that I put on there, he tells Brendan he can go home if he wants to. That's all it is, really.
No, I mean, that's significant.
He's talking to Jody.
Yep.
The night of October 30th.
Right.
And Brendan had said at one point that no, the garage was the night before.
He did.
The 31st. So
I think he told that to Skorlinski on the 10th.
And I'm just comparing this to Brenda's call that she put in Cam, where Stephen is outside looking for his Mountain Dew, and he had told them that he was in bed at that time.
Looking at porn.
Who can remember when you're normally in bed at 9 o'clock every night? You have, I can see how he can't remember the exact day and the exact thing and the exact time what he was doing.
No.
They make a big deal of that, like he's lying to him. But
in actual fact, our next slide is going to prove it. We've read many documents. there's one thing about the Dasseys and the Averys, I think you will agree. They're hopeless at times. They're hopeless at dates. They get a lot of confusion, right? Now, if we go and have a look at slide A4, this is very interesting, right? Now, Cam in episode 8 said, no. There were witnesses that saw Stephen attending the fire, right? He was out there tending the fire, etc., etc. And one of those witnesses was Blaine, right? Now, Blaine had gone trick-and-treating, and according to Dave said, oh, no. Blaine came back at 11:30. You know, that's quite late. That means that Stephen was lying. He was tending the fire. He was making sure that Teresa Halbach was completely cremated, blah, blah, blah. But yet, in the very first time Blaine spoke, on November the 7th, the earliest time, he goes, no, I came home at about 9:30, 10 o'clock. Yet, on Cam, they said that he came back at 11. Now, I'm not saying one is correct and one is wrong, but why didn't Cam just say, guys, there's a bit of confusion about what time Blaine got home?
That's
I
right.
also think that Wine said that she dropped him off by 8:30.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yes, which meant that his earliest time estimation is probably the correct one. Would you agree?
Probably.
She was driving.
Correct.
I would believe the mother over any of them.
Yeah, and the next day is a school day.
But we don't know for sure.
True. The next day is a school day. I don't think the mother, being responsible, would have said, I'm going to bring Blaine home at 11. I don't think so. So why didn't Cam just say, look, there's a bit of dispute about what time Blaine got home? Why did they go for the later time? Anyone want to guess?
Because it looks worse.
It does. Because we all know one of the problems, if you're going to burn a human being and convert them to tiny bone fragments, you need two elements. You need a lot of fuel, a lot of heat, and time. Three critical elements. You need time. So what they're doing is they're stretching the time so that Stephen had enough time. But where's the evidence of this great big whopping fire for 5 or 6 hours in a row? Is there any evidence of that?
Well, Doc, it's with Candy, right?
With Candy, yeah.
With whose statement has never come about until convicting a murderer.
That's right. Never heard what she said in Cam. Never heard it.
Correct. So now what's happening is that all these statements are being made outside of a courtroom and are being used to drive a narrative, right? So Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide, please? This is the little clip between Rookie and Ken Kratz.
Oh, the next clip, that clip to be a Rookie. Just 1 second here.
You were guitaring, Jack 61. It's the one with
Ken
Kratz.
clip 2. I've got it. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yep. Here we go.
She saw the big fire. Did you know that?
I'm not denying that there was a fire. I want to see the words that them use a big fire, or is that your words?
No. I could see the flames, and it's like, holy man, he has a huge fire down there. I don't understand how a house couldn't have melted.
So she shows up, is last seen walking to Avery's trailer. A trailer he says she was never in. And her ashes, her burnt bone fragments, are found in his backyard.
Well, there we go. See? You've got Dave as being the voice of reason, right? Now, you've got Candy talking about this great big whopping fire, right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but was Candy actually called to one of the trials, any one of the trials?
No.
Is this the first time you've ever heard Candy talking about a great big whopping fire?
Ever.
Yes.
First time ever.
And we don't have it in any of the reports that we have either, if I'm right.
No. I don't recall seeing it.
So
And I know she gave 6 interviews between January 2006 and June 2006. 6 interviews with the DCI.
right. So now, how does that statement made years down the track, probably 3 years ago when we were interviewed, how does that now usurp what was talked about in court? Can anyone? Is Travis online? How does that statement now carry any weight?
Well, because that's what Scott Tadich said. You know, this gigantic fire is the most memorable thing of the day.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. So now we've got Candy talking about this great big whopping. So in their mind, Cam has to push the notion, jeepers, if Stephen burnt Teresa Halbach, incinerated Teresa Halbach to tiny bone fragments, you need a great big whopping fire. Guys, would you agree? Duke, did you have a comment?
Well, I was going to comment on Jack's comment about Scott, and it coincides. Candy's statement coincides with his statement. However, his statement was drastically different as time went on. Right, it went from no fire to a 10-foot fire.
Well, it actually the second statement was 2 to 3 feet. A relatively small fire.
Right. He was progressive. He worked his way up.
The fire got bigger, 100% bigger. Susan, did you have a comment?
No, Doc, I don't. Sorry.
Okay. Now, if we have a look at the next slide, this is our stuff that we've put in. So what they're trying to do is to get anecdotal evidence of a great big whopping fire. So if we look at slide A5, right? Now, who would like to read out what Ken Kratz said in court? Who would like to read it out? Who can see it? Who would like to read it out? This is Kratz during Stephen Avery's trial.
I'll blow it up a little bit, Doc.
I think this was the opening statement, I think, or in the closing, one of the two. Susan, do you see that?
Sure, Doc.
In your finest Kratz voice, Susan, this is what Ken Kratz said.
We could start with the moment, or with the visual, or with the image of that man, Stephen Avery, standing outside of a big bonfire with flames over the roof, or at least over the garage roof, and the silhouette of Stephen Avery with the bonfire in the background and the observations made by some witnesses. Can you all picture that? Can you picture that as a moment in time? And that moment, by the way, although dramatic and although important, should tell the whole story. That moment of Stephen Avery, after the murder was committed, of Stephen Avery tending the fire, of Stephen Avery disposing of and mutilating the body of 25-year-old Teresa Halbach.
All right, now just to answer Jamie, we're definitely not cherry picking because these are the crucial statements that, and also witnesses that Cam use to support a great big whopping fire. And this is what Kratz stated in court, right? So we're not cherry picking because we're mentioning where a great big whopping fire was used. It's not cherry picking. That's the statements that were made in court because they had to work out, wait a minute, how do you convert a human being to tiny bone fragments? And the answer is you need a lot of time, energy, and fuel. So the concept that Kratz was trying to seed in the mind of the judge and the jurors was that Stephen Avery with Brendan Dassey, because remember they were together, had this massive big whopping fire. Now notice Ken Kratz didn't mention one person in that statement. Who did he forget to mention?
Scott, and then now years later, Candy, which had never made that statement as far as I know.
But which person was with Stephen that he didn't mention?
Oh, Brendan, absolutely.
He never mentioned Brendan at all, because he never used Brendan in the trial. He's now blaming it all on Stephen.
Yep.
Right? So it's not cherry picking. This is exactly the image that Ken Kratz wanted to present in court. Right? So that picture on the right-hand side is what Kratz wants you to believe Stephen and Brendan did. Built a massive bonfire. But there's one problem. There's no evidence of a massive bonfire anywhere. If you look right next to the burn pit, what do we get? We get
propane tank.
Propane tank. There is the dog house. There is Stephen's garage. There's no evidence of any huge, great, big, whopping fire. But watch how now he manipulates Scott Tadich. Do we have any questions so far?
Well,
I have a. Sorry.
No. Go ahead,
Susan.
I just had a question for Jamie, because, he doesn't believe the state's narrative either, so he said.
Yes.
But he still believes that Stephen is guilty. And I want to know why he thinks Stephen is guilty.
Because he's a narcissistic psychopath. That is what Jamie is saying, because I asked Jamie the question.
I thought you were calling Jamie that. I'm sorry.
No. I asked Jamie the question in chat. What was Stephen's motive? Because he was going on about Stephen's innocent or guilt. I believe Stephen is innocent. I really do. And nowhere in the readings or anything that we've done, or any of the documentation or anything like that, have I found a motive for Stephen to do what he did. None whatsoever. But according to Jamie, it's because Stephen is a narcissistic psychopath is his motive. Really?
Yeah.
Really? Come on. I mean, you keep saying to us, we are cherry picking stuff and everything like that.
No,
to me,
really not.
you're supposed to be a law enforcement officer. And the way you're speaking is right out of Kratz in the state's handbook. And I'm sorry. Yes, we go back to Kratz because it's all Kratz's narrative, because he was the prosecutor in the case.
Correct.
So we've got to go back to Kratz because it's what he said in court. It's what he told a jury. It's the lies he told the jury. It's the storytelling he told the jury. It's the evidence that he left out from the jury. So everything that we discuss is what happened in trial and the documents and everything like that that we have came across. So
that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's what I was talking about earlier, Alice, with the theatrics that were put on at trial and even outside of trial. Remember the March 2nd press conference? You can't forget that. It was all theatrics. This was all theater. And
Jamie, I want to tell you. Oh, sorry. I thought you were.
I was just going to say. I'm sorry. I was just going to say it's really, to me, the bottom of the earth kind of shit when you convict someone with theatrics. Go ahead, Susan.
That's typical lawyering, especially prosecuting. Jamie, I just want to tell you, you say, let me actually talk. You've been invited several times to come tomorrow, 5 o'clock. It's an open mic, and you are welcome to come in and actually speak.
Absolutely.
As long as you're civil.
Yep.
We're not going to get into a big drama fest. That's not what we're about at all.
No, that's not what we do. That's not what we do. What we're doing here, and look, we've done hundreds of podcasts. People know how we are, right? We present the documents as they were official, presented in the trial. Now, there's no question Mr. Kratz and the state needed a great big whopping fire. Is that unreasonable what I just said? They needed a great big whopping fire. Why? Because what they discovered when they sifted the burn pit were tiny bone fragments. They didn't find body parts or a semi-burnt Teresa Horbach.
Right.
They found tiny bone fragments indicative of a cremation event. Guys, would you agree?
Correct.
Correct.
And Doc, remember this too. Think about just, and if anyone hasn't had a bonfire of this size, let me be the one to educate you. And I'm sure, I think Jack would probably relate with me here. I have had bonfires that are 10 plus feet high.
You weren't anywhere near Manitowoc, were you?
No. But I can tell you for a damn sure,
yes,
that the aftermath of that bonfire resulted in a lot of debris that was around the surrounding areas. When
Absolutely.
it gets higher, you're going to have a ton of debris that's around that area. And I would ask you this: was there a single bone fragment, according to the state, and property tags that was found outside of the burn pit other than what was in that tire wire?
There wasn't.
No,
that's correct.
No.
And another thing, you're not going to get near a fire that's that hot. You're not. I'm telling you, even with specialized equipment, you can do it for a short period, but you can't stay there.
No, correct. But if we just move on a little bit, because we raised a couple of good points, right? So when you look at those pictures, and I've even got a better one, there's no evidence of any high degree of debris resulting from burning material around the burn pit or on any of the surrounding building structures. None. But Kratz had a problem. Kratz had to ensure that there was a great big whopping fire. That's why Cam put Candy with her comment, "Oh, I couldn't believe how his house didn't burn down," right? So if we look at the next slide, Jack 61, A6, Ken Kratz says it succinctly. He goes, "Mr. Avery had a big whopping fire there on the 31st of October. This is slide A6, right? We'll just wait till Jack 61 puts that up. So this is something that Kratz said in trial. We'll just wait for A6 to come up. Right? So
sorry about that, Doc.
No, not at all. So this is something that Ken Kratz said himself, right? The reason why these cremains are there is because he had a great big whopping fire. But if you have a look what Scott Tadich actually said, right? This is very interesting. Now, this is Strang who's questioning Scott Tadich, right? So who would like to read out Strang? Who would like to read out Strang?
I can read Strang.
Okay. And who would like to read out Scott Tadich?
I can do Tadich, Doc.
Let's go for it. Okay. So this is Strang questioning Scott Tadich. Let's go for it.
And is that if I understood you today, you were telling us that when you see the fire later, sometime after 7:30, you think the flames were almost as high as the garage, maybe 8 to 10 feet?
Yeah.
Was November 29 also the day that you told the police that the flames were at least 3 feet high, at least that high?
Must have.
Whenever you saw this fire, and however many times you saw it, you smelled nothing strange coming from the fire.
No.
Well,
I'll rest my case. So,
well, he was right there. So if somebody was incinerating a body, would you think that him and Barb would have probably noticed that? I think they probably would.
Yeah. So, it's around about 7:30. Scott Tadich said that, no, the flames were 8 to 10 feet. But the earlier times when he spoke to the detectives, he said, no, the fire was only 3 feet. So how do you go from a 3-foot fire to one?
Well, actually, Doc, Actually, Doc, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the
No,
November
not at
the no the November 10th statement, there was no mention of a fire at all.
Yeah, no mention of a fire. Correct. So we're not cherry picking. This is exactly what Scott Tadich said. So how do you go from A, no fire, to a fire 3 feet tall, or a fire so tall it was over the garage roof?
Well, Doc, that's pretty easy to answer, right? I mean, all we got to do is ask Josh, or I'm sorry, Josh Fredon.
Josh Fredon, correct.
He tells us exactly how that happened.
Correct. And he said that the fire that he saw was a small one and contained to a barrel.
And he also said that police came out to him and it was clear to him that they wanted him to portray that fire as being bigger than what it was. And he ended up asking them, "What do you want me to say?"
Correct. So therefore, you've got potentially another coerced witness, right? And just to remind everybody in chat, settle down, guys. Settle down. When we're not solving the case, we're doing a rebuttal to Cam episode 8, right? So Jack 61, if there's no more questions from this, quite clearly they needed evidence of a great big whopping fire, right? So if we have a look at the next slide, here's the problem, right? If we look at A7, here's the problem, right? Now, what do you note is the obvious problem here? Can anyone in chat or on the panel indicate what's the issue? Duke.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is, here's the thing. We don't have any photos of the bones in the burn pit. The second thing is that on November the 8th, and during trial, Tom Sturdivant says that as he was standing 8 feet south of the burn pit, he noticed what was an obvious pile of bones in the center of that burn pit that we see in the top there.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, there is no obvious bones that are there.
I agree. It's not a high resolution image. I agree. But there's no obvious pile of bones that you can see from 8 feet south. Do you agree?
And Reese walked up even closer and got right beside that area where my cursor is. He was right there.
Yes, he was. And do you see that pile of tire wire on the right-hand side? That pole? Sturdivant raked it out from the burn pit to where the seat was. He raked it out.
Mm-hmm. With what rake?
He borrowed one. He borrowed one from next door.
That's right.
Even said it. He got one from Bob's house.
But in Convicting a Murderer, they talked about testing that rake and how that rake was potentially, I'm not saying it, they did. They insinuated that Stephen and Brendan used that rake. Did they not? Am I wrong?
No, that's correct.
Okay.
I'm not sure about that. The rake from Barb's house?
Well,
yes.
Yes. Sturdivant said they borrowed a rake.
They did.
Oh, I mean Stephen and Brendan using it.
Well, that's what Convicting a Murderer insinuated, is that
the implication
to help destroy the bones and the remains that were in that burn pit. They did say that. But in reality, that rake, as you can see here in the top left image, that rake is not there on November the 6th. And unless Stephen and Brendan come in there between November 6th and November 8th, which they didn't, the rake was brought by someone else. Thankfully, we have Tom Sturdivant in his DCF report from the 8th that says they went and got a rake from the adjacent property.
Correct.
To use to rake that burn pit.
That's correct. And we've even got photographs. We've got this one by Trooper Reese. We've got ones that were taken on November the 10th. And clearly what's happened is the tire wire and other material has been raked up together and taken out.
Yeah, which begs the question, if if they suspected there was bone wound up in that tire wire, why didn't they bag that and take it? I don't
But not only
understand.
that, why didn't they photograph it?
That too, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. So my issue is this. On the right-hand side is a human body that's been cremated in a professional crematorium, right? And that's what you rake up. And notice there are even some almost whole bones. Now, what happens is, if you've ever observed a human cremation, a professional human cremation, a lot of the bones actually survive intact, right? Because they're very, very hard to burn. What they do is they take a metal bar, and I've seen it. They take a metal bar and they crush the bones. They actually hit the bones in the crematorium. They crack them, they crush them, especially the skull. The skull is very, very hard to burn. Hip bone, spinal cord, they're very hard to burn, right? But if you notice, you've got complete thermal destruction. Guys, would you agree?
Yep.
Do you see any muscle tissue?
No.
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 Now you go to the left-hand side. Now, does that look like complete thermal destruction to you?
No.
Right? Right? But do you notice any muscle tissue there at all?
No, not at all.
No. What you get are tiny, tiny bone fragments. But in a professional crematorium, you've got temperatures reaching what? 1800, 2000 degrees Fahrenheit?
That's right.
And you need 2 hours. How on God's earth did Stephen and Brendan manage to get the burn pit so hot that you resulted in tiny bone fragments, clean, no flesh, nothing?
Yeah.
And item BZ survived.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Doc, the answer to that question that the state provided as to how the burn pit got that hot was through tires. And tires are a great source of heat for fires. I am not going to lie.
They are.
And Stephen has admitted to the fact that he burned tires there.
Yes.
That's a fact
Yep.
as well.
Yes.
The issue is this. If her body was burned in that burn pit and tires were used as an accelerant, would there or would there not be some sort of evidence of tire residue
Yes.
Yes.
remaining?
Rubber. And
Yeah, but there's petroleum. There's petroleum products in the manufacturing of tires,
Right.
and not Starvent, but Tebito. He described it.
Yes.
You get this pooling of this the petroleum that's left over. You have this waste or whatever you want to call it.
Correct. It's like a black tar residue, right?
Yeah.
Now, wasn't Dr. Eisenberg asked whether she had smelled any burning rubber smell in the containers?
She was
I
asked
think so.
not only if she had smelled it, but if there was any evidence of any tire residue on a single piece. She examined, based on her words, every piece of human remains that had come from this case. She did not see a single piece of human remains that had evidence of tire residue on it.
Correct. So how did Stephen and Brendan use tires to cremate Teresa Hallbach, incinerate Teresa Hallbach, and there's no smell or rubber residue on any of those bones?
I can't answer that. All I can say is Manitowoc miracle. I can't answer that, and I've tried.
Is that an unreasonable question to ask?
Absolutely not. It's not unreasonable at all.
Right, because if you have a look at the burnt cremains, they're clear. They're clearly burnt, right? And if you look at the crematorium picture, right, most of those bones are white and calcined, right? They're white and calcined. Well, what's interesting is that Dr. Eisenberg described white and calcined bone fragments, which means that Some of those bones or body parts were exposed to extremely high temperatures. Whereas, how do you now explain item BZ? Duke, how do you explain item BZ in the same combustion event?
It's to me, Doc, and I'm welcome to someone that can present me a theory that makes logical sense. To me, it's physically impossible to believe that item BZ was in that burn pit. Now, I am still at this point waiting for someone to explain to me potential scenario as to how that item was in that burn pit. The only one that I've gotten, the only argument that can potentially be given to me as far as how it's still in there is that an officer who's looking for bones and remains picked it up and put it into that tarp. Other than that, I have no other argument, and so for me, it is physically impossible that that item was in there on November the 8th.
Yeah, it really is odd. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because if you look at the picture taken by Trooper Reese, what you notice is that the burn pit is small and it's open, small and open, which means that a lot of the heat you're losing. Whereas in a burn barrel, you radiate the heat back, right? You radiate the heat back, which means that any body part that's in a burn barrel is going to receive a lot of direct heat, which mimics what you get in a professional crematorium. Guys, would you agree?
It's sort of like a not conventional. I had the word in my mouth just a second ago. I'll think of it in a minute. Convection.
It's like a chamber, an almost enclosed chamber. You supply oxygen to it, and you've got a clean burning burn barrel that gets extremely, extremely hot. The burn pit is small, it's open. Plus, you've got a dog, 15, 20 feet from it. Are you now going to cremate a human being right next to a dog? And who heard on October the 31st a dog yelping? Anybody?
No one.
Nobody.
Well, Doc, and that goes to this whole new statement from Candy, right? What was her statement?
Yes.
What was she surprised at based on how big the fire was?
That the house
didn't melt. The house didn't melt.
The house didn't melt. So no concern about the fact that Bear's right there in his house. She was worried about the house not melting. So, yeah.
What about that propane tank that's sitting there, that rocket? I mean, you get it near that much fire, or get a fire like that, and those things are pressurized. I mean, I don't know, man.
And
I can't explain it.
Who heard the gunshots? How many? 10, 11?
10 or up to 11. Nobody did. Nobody. Remember that people were asked, including Bobby Dassey, did you hear anybody screaming, anybody yelling? And the answer, of course, was no. No. And yet, according to what Brendan said via Ken Kratz, Brendan Dassey was able to hear screaming from Stephen's trailer when Brendan was, halfway down the gravel road?
With Blaine.
With Blaine, yep.
How does that work, guys?
How does that work? Brendan actually recanted that, but
yes,
Kratz used it.
And Doc, remember that there's someone that mentions not hearing any gunshots because of.
Well, isn't that very interesting? That was his own brother.
There's a question up on the screen. Susan, you want to read that?
From Seraphine J.
Yep.
Yes.
Bones were reportedly found in one of the Dassey burn barrels. Do we have any idea the amount? Duke?
4 bones.
Well, no, actually.
More or less?
More.
Here's the issue, Doc.
Uh-oh.
The state and convicted murderer obviously has fallen for it. I don't know if fallen for is the right word, but cherry-picked or according to the narrative, gone with these just a couple bones found in that burn barrel. However, if you're actually looking into the case, the documents, you'll see that there is a specific grouping of bone fragments that are sent to the FBI.
Yes.
That would be 31 bone fragments that, according to the state, are found in that same burn barrel that those 4 large bone fragments are found in.
Right.
I am happy to provide that information to people.
Yes.
If they want. I've got the documents. I'll show you. But the state in Convicting a Murderous Theory that Stephen Avery just sent or just brought over a couple large bones to that burn barrel. Now, I don't necessarily know if I believe that this is actually, well, let's just stick to what the state says. No, there's more than 4 bones. There were 31 bone fragments at one point sent to the FBI from that supposed burn barrel.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. And I think Anthony Hills made the comment that the grass around the burn pit is still green. It's not singed. Right? It's not singed. And that's exactly what you would expect if there was a huge, great big whopping fire. But if we go to slide A8, Jack 61, right? I think you'll be able to tell. Sorry, Jude.
Sorry, real quick, just to answer T1, where he said 31 and they were all missed during the first sift. Keep in mind this, and I will get into this in future podcasts and everything like that. Not only did during the first sift of that burn barrel where those bones are found, not only did they miss those 31 fragments,
yes,
they also supposedly missed the 4 long bone fragments that were found in there on the 12th.
Yes.
So in order to believe that those bones were actually in that burn barrel, you have to believe that Erdl, who sifted it on the 7th and or 8th of November, missed 4 bone fragments that were larger than an inch and a half, 2 inches.
Yeah, correct. It clearly cannot be the way the state have put forward this. And the reason why I'm showing slide A8, do you see any evidence of any soot or ash anywhere from the result of a great big whopping fire?
No.
Do you see any deposit anywhere?
Well, I'm just going to say we're talking, 8 days later, 6 days later, and there's been heavy rains, that could have been destroyed.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But did Barb actually complain of any soot or ash on her house?
Not from this fire.
No, but she used to in the past, right? Because she used to get upset with her brother burning tires and other rubbish.
Yeah.
Her house will get soot, ash, tire debris. Did she actually complain at all regarding the alleged fire on October the 31st?
No, and I can tell you, and Duke can probably tell you, anyone that's burned tires, there's these little tiny black particles that do waft up and they drift to the direction of the wind's blowing. And it will, depending on how many tires you burn, you can have a pretty good little patch of them. I've seen it before.
Well, yeah, that, and Barb used to say that she would come home after Stephen had burned tires and her house would reek. So.
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely. It smells like hell, but yeah, that's true.
Correct, but there's no obvious sign of a lot of burnt debris on the ground, despite rain, around the burn pit, is there?
No.
Of all the pictures that I've seen, there's nothing obvious to suggest a great big whopping fire. Susan, would you agree with that? Is that fair?
At this point, sure, I do.
Yep. Now, just to confuse things, Jack 61, can we have a look at the next slide? Now, just when you thought everything was good and made perfect sense, look what Bobby Dassey says in an interview. Who would like to read this? Who would like to read it out? Yep, let's go. This is Bobby Dassey, what he said.
Dassey indicated that on Tuesday or Wednesday he observed a burning in the area in a pit behind Stephen's garage. He believed that there was brush burning. Dassey stated he was home that night. Bobby Dassey states Stephen sometimes burns tires in the pit, and Stephen usually burns tires at night so you can't see the smoke. Dassey indicated Stephen does not burn his tires anywhere else, and he indicated he believed Stephen was burning with Dassey's little brother, Brendan.
What is the immediate problem with what just Bobby Dassey just said?
Tuesday or Wednesday?
Is that a problem for the state's narrative?
It's a pretty big problem.
What day was this?
November the 1st and 2nd.
Statement. Or no, the statement.
I have to go back. I can't remember the date. Was it when did they interview Bobby Dassey? Was it on the 5th?
The 5th, I think.
Yeah, the 5th, and then I think the 9th.
On the 9th.
Yeah.
Right? But Bobby isn't saying the night of October the 31st. He's
No.
not saying Monday. He's saying Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
Now, it can't be the week after, right? Because why can't let's get, because they were at Crivets. They left at the end of the week to go to Crivets.
That's right.
So how is Bobby Dassey describing a burning event involving Brendan one day after Halloween or 2 days after Halloween? And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Brendan Dassey actually tell O'Neill exactly the same thing about the fire?
I think so.
That he thought it was a Tuesday or Wednesday.
I think that's right. I'm going to swear to it.
Even have another fire?
Stephen thought it was the prior week.
He did. Stephen thought it was the week prior. Yep.
Right.
Who knows if Dassey isn't talking about the prior week here?
Could be. Could be.
This is written by law enforcement, it looks
Correct.
like.
Correct.
Yeah. And Doc, I did want to say that, Convicting a Murderer made a pretty big deal. Correct me if I'm wrong here. They made a pretty big deal about the fact that Stephen changed the story and he had denied the fact that he had had a bonfire the night of the 31st. However, if you really listen to calls and the reports, there's not a single Avery or Dassey or Yonda that was on the property that in the beginning remembers exactly when the hell the last time Stephen had a fire was.
That's right. No one.
A nefarious lie. It's just a simple fact of because of how insignificant that bonfire was, no one can pinpoint a date.
These people have fires all the time. It just doesn't stick. I get that.
Until Barb did. She convinced Stephen that it was on Monday.
Well, and that was after she had some conversation with law enforcement. So
that's right.
Yes.
And isn't it interesting that both Brenda and I think Candace said exactly the same thing? They said at first no one could actually remember a fire on October the 31st, right?
I think they said that, yeah.
Yep, that's what they said. That's what they said. Now, look, guys, and I have to apologize to Susan. I don't think we're going to finish the podcast today, but we're nearly 4 hours in. Guys, are you happy that we do just a couple of more slides?
Sure.
Susan, are you happy with that?
Sure, Doc.
Doc, we can always continue tomorrow exactly where we left off and just keep going. How about that?
Yes. Oh, open mic session.
Yep.
Everyone can talk. I do not mind at all because I don't want to rush what we're going through because there's going to be a couple of elements where we need to spend a lot of time on, and that's looking at the dog tracks. But if we look at the next slide, A10, this is what they talked about in CAM, right? In episode 8. They said, Brendan Dassey drew this, and you can see they put Teresa in the burn pit, and that's exactly where we found bones. Who could comment on what's wrong with that picture? What is wrong? Who would like to comment? And even in chat, what is blatantly wrong with that picture?
Teresa's
Well,
whole body as
Teresa's
whole.
whole body. I don't think that's right.
No, correct. Now,
When were the
if
cut
he-
marks made? Yeah.
exactly. If he had put pieces of Teresa in there, then all bets are off. You know, they're both done. They're both done. Would you agree? If he
Yes.
threw arms, legs, head, torso, you say that's it. Party over.
Done.
He drew a whole body.
Yep.
And what's incredible is that Wiegert and Fassbender, if you zoom out a little bit, they even asked Brendan. They even said to him, "Are you sure you didn't cut her up? Are you sure?" And even Fassbender said, "You told us earlier that you saw a whole body." So quite clearly they knew, because they had Eisenberg's report, that Brendan could not have been correct. There was evidence of cut marks in
They knew
bones.
very, very early on that there was cutting and hesitation cut marks and cut marks.
Correct. So even though Brendan put in Teresa whole and even said, "I grabbed the legs, my uncle grabbed the head, the body, top," it cannot be correct, guys. Brendan even said he used a creeper to bring Teresa Hallbach to the burn pit.
Yeah.
Guys,
That's right.
you know that cannot be right.
Yeah.
That should have been the end. That should have been the end of it right there for Brendan. Done.
Correct.
This guy doesn't know anything.
Right. And Doc, what we have to remember here is unfortunate as it is to mention, if that's the case, that she was brought there whole, the amount of odor that would come from the internal organs.
Oh, the what do you call it, Doc? Paralysis?
Paralysis. Yep.
Well, it's to think about, but it is impossible then to believe that there wouldn't have been a very, very strong odor.
A very pungent odor, correct. Because now you've got the bowels, you've got the intestines, you've got the organs, you've got bacteria, you've got bile. You got a mess. I'm sorry. You've got a mess.
But we also
mean to be disrespectful.
Yeah, we also, for a fact, though, have evidence of bone that Leslie Eisenberg identified as what she believed to be Teresa Hallbach's bones to have hesitation cut marks on them. And I am still waiting for any person on the guilty side to tell me when her body was dismembered. Because according to the state's narrative, I have yet to determine when and where that happened.
We don't know.
We don't know. We do not. And, again, we're not cherry picking or speculating. We do not know where Teresa Hallbach got dismembered. And if you look at the Eisenberg's report, and I showed it to you, the percentage of recovered cremains is a real worry, because it means that up to 60% of her body is not accounted for. And someone made the comment, I think it was Anthony, that your teeth are very resistant to burning, to fire. Same with your spinal column. And Eisenberg only attributed a tiny portion of her body that was recovered as part of her spine. I think I worked out by weight 3%, which means where's the torso? And who else do we know dismembered his own wife? Who was it?
The Rudy case.
Sean Rudy.
Yeah.
Right? And you see the irony here. If Brendan had presented 2 arms, 2 legs, part of a head in that burn pit, it would have been party over. You know why? Because he now presented something unique that only the killer knew. Would you guys
That's
agree?
right. Absolutely.
Would you guys agree?
Yes, absolutely.
That's a unique piece of information. And guess what? Brendan drew her whole and said it many, many times that he saw the whole body in there. Remember the very first thing he said? I saw toes. And look what Fassbender said. Oh, yeah, but that means that everything is connected together, right? Yes.
That's right.
So even Brendan got that wrong. How can you possibly get that wrong? You got it wrong because he was guessing.
He also said he saw, you know, he saw her belly or whatever he said, but there's no part of the torso found in there, or the tiny amount of spinal. It wasn't even bone; it was a filament or something you called it.
The facets.
Facet.
Correct. All right, guys. Do we have any further questions? Because we've gone over 4 hours, but I want to play the next clip. Is that possible, guys?
Sure.
Beautiful.
Yep, we're all good, Doc, and chat.
Yep, let's go for it, guys.
So this is going to be clip 4. This is the loop tracks. Is that right, Doc?
Yeah, just play it. It's the one with Bear. Oh no, this is different. Just play this one. It's got Bear on the. It's got Bear on the burn pile.
Okay. It's clip 3. Yep. Okay. Here we go.
That was a mean dog.
There was no way to search it with that dog there.
That was a mean dog.
Oh boy!
Wow.
I tell you what. Now, those 2 clips were from Cam. All I did was put them together, right? Now I wasn't trying to be mischievous because one of the main points was that the burn pit could not be searched because Bear was mean, and that's Kacharsky. There were about 3 or 4 officers that all said that Bear was mean, and yet on November the 6th, right, Susan? On November the 6th, 2 detectives with a video camera are standing literally, 10, 15 feet from Bear, and you could tell that Bear had no interest in them.
Didn't care.
I do still think that it's a possibility that Bear didn't like certain people and growled at them.
Yes.
I don't think he was the vicious dog that they described.
No.
But I do think there's a possibility he could have barked at some of them.
Yes. But if you are threatening to a dog, what's a dog going to naturally do?
Growl at you. He's going to be defensive.
But if you approach a dog with a whole bucket of food, what's a dog going to do?
Best friend. Good boy. Thanks,
Human.
Thanks, Human.
Doc, my husky is more scary than what Bear is. You know what I mean? My husky doesn't like strangers trying to clap him, and he'll have a growl. You know, if he knows you, he'll smother you in kisses and paws and everything else.
Correct.
But if he doesn't know you and you reach out to try and touch him, he'll growl and let you know. You know, don't touch. You know. So, in my opinion, Bear is timid. There is nothing. If Bear was as aggressive as what they're trying to say, he was aggressive. There is no way they could have stood where they were standing and videoed that dog not on the chain because he wasn't on a chain or nothing.
It still doesn't explain it still doesn't explain why, if certain officers, even going by what Susan's saying, which could very well be correct, why wasn't a call made? Said you got to get this dog out of here. He's interfering. Get him out.
Get him out.
It was never made, not one.
Right.
He
Correct.
certainly wasn't aggressive to that. Whoever's taken the video there, because
Correct.
they are obviously standing within his reach.
Yep.
Yes,
Right.
he is. Yes, he is.
So-
Remember that image where the chain, the circumference that he could go to.
Yeah.
He easily could have got to them, and also
Oh, yeah.
Bucket Man as well, right?
And Reese.
Trooper Reese, correct.
Well, and one more, and this is a really important one for everyone to realize here. And I will, again, I'll point you to exactly where I can prove this.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Sturdivant on November the 8th took a twig and stirred the contents of the burn pit. The burn
Bear
pit
was there.
while
Yeah.
Bear was still there.
Yep,
That's right.
Correct.
he did.
Yep, 100% correct. And which then goes to, because they asked him, they said, wait a minute, you guys sifted the burn pit. Was the dog still there? And he goes, no. They removed the dog prior to sifting, right? They may have moved Bear to another part of the property, but prior to that, there was no issues with the dog.
Yeah, well, Sturdivant was there at 1:30 or whatever it
That's
was.
correct, and Bear was still
Bear
there.
was still there. He was
And-
gone
and
by
who-
3 o'clock, I think, when
By
And
3:30.
yeah,
correct.
and
Turtle got
what
there.
other officer? What other officer was there from
Mignon.
Brilliant? Mignon.
Joanne.
Correct.
You can't forget about her report. Very
She just
concise,
said
very
he was-
detailed.
Yeah, and he was constipated.
Yeah.
Constipated.
She tells us exactly what his demeanor was on the 8th, and that is a poor dog that was having struggles.
Going to the bathroom.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he's not super aggressive. He can't go to the bathroom, this poor guy.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Well, look, guys, we've done well over 4 hours, and then tomorrow we'll continue, because that's when we look at Sarah and Loof and the dog tracks. I don't want to rush it, because I think that'll be a really interesting conversation, and we'll pick this up. But guys, I hope everyone has enjoyed our rebuttal. I think we were very fair, very civil. We went over the top. We just presented what was presented in CAM. We provided counter arguments. We provided documentation directly from the trial, what people have said. So I think we've been very, very fair in our rebuttal so far. Guys, would you agree? Does anyone have an issue with what we've covered so far?
I don't.
No.
Oh, awesome. Well, look, guys, thank you so much. There was a lot of people today in chat, a lot of questions, and that was awesome. And tomorrow we'll continue it again. If you have enjoyed our podcast, please subscribe. Put your DNA on the thumbs up button and share our podcast, and keep on asking questions, guys. But before we finish, I'd like to go around the table. Tell us how you're coming along and what you thought so far. Jack 61.
Well, yeah, Doc, just been busy. We've got to watch the final episode of Convicting a Murder. It's over, and episode 10. We'll talk about it. I'm sure a lot more as time goes on. With some interesting things said, and I don't want to put anyone on the spot, and if they don't want to talk about it, I'll understand. But there was an interview given by Brenda with the Up in Smoke guys, and one of the statements that she made was that she would be willing to share whatever files that she has.
Yeah.
Anybody want to comment on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I can, because I remember her waving a piece of paper in front of our faces, and that was the exoneration report done by Culhane in regards to when Culhane did the DNA testing, and she never handed it over, right?
Right.
Well,
We never
to
had
be
that.
fair now, that was
Yeah.
before Cam aired,
Oh, correct.
right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
I think, yeah.
But
I think now that Cam has aired,
Yeah.
she can
my-
say that. However, I hear that Duke had a different experience with her.
Oh, okay.
If Duke is willing to share that experience, that's up to him. That's like I said, I don't want to put anyone on the spot. If they don't want to talk about it, we'll move on.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to talk about it, and I doubt that. I know Brenda will be watching this episode. My hope is that she watches it to the end of this point, and that other people that might be a big supporter of the Gilter side of things would be watching this too. Because here's the thing, I told Brenda this in a message after I heard that interview. I obviously had seen some things in Convicting a Murderer that we here at Foul Play don't have access to. One in particular being the picture of the sifting that was going on November the 10th. And so with her saying that she was open to providing anyone with the documents that she has, I, of course, went to her and asked if she had certain documents that we've been, for whatever reason, unable to get access to. And what I was met with was an answer I really wasn't quite expecting here. Because
was it a yes? Was it a yes?
Well, we know what it was, and that's not a yes. But here's the thing. Brenda, and I told her this. I said, listen, I know we disagree on a bunch in this case. However, as one passionate researcher to another, what I'm wondering is if I can just get my hands on what you have, because I like to research. I'm looking for the truth. She's looking for the truth, is what she says.
Yes.
Her response was, and I'm going to quote this sentence here. I don't mean to be a jerk, but forgive me. I don't feel like sharing information with people who clearly have an ulterior motive. Let me be straightforward and as honest as I can right now. My motive is to find the truth. The truth is within those documents. If she has documents that she's unwilling to share, to me, that means that those documents support the fact that most likely Stephen and Brendan are innocent of this crime. And if she wants to prove me wrong, send me the damn documents and I'll take a look.
Well, she did the same thing, and I'm not saying anything disparaging against Brenda, but one of the very first things, and she did it also in CAM, was show off her tremendous repertoire of documents. Right, guys? Right, Jack 61?
Yes,
you were there.
That's right.
You were there. Look what I got. All I had to do was go to the courthouse or go to the clerk's office, and boom, I got it. We're there. Okay. And what was interesting was when she did her interviews with some of those truthers, you notice what happened? She had her computer and all documents and questions all in front of her.
Yep.
So she can go down the shopping list.
And they walked in empty-handed.
Empty-handed. And they're probably going, oh my God, Brenda asked me this. I'm not quite sure what the answer. And then what happens is you get another question. You go, oh my God, I don't really know. So in effect, you look not foolish, but you look like you don't know the case, right? And that's a big difference when you have asymmetric distribution of knowledge. That's not fair. Be on the same playing field. Give us the stuff. We'll analyze it. We can argue it. Duke, is that unreasonable? Susan, is that unreasonable?
I just can't understand what ulterior motive that Duke or any of us could possibly have in looking at any evidence, photos, anything. I don't understand that at all.
Truth is truth.
Yeah, well,
right.
I can understand exactly what she means, and she can. I more than welcome her to correct me if I'm wrong. But to me, what that statement says is I am not willing to provide you with anything that's going to help you support the fact that Stephen and Brendan are innocent.
Correct.
Right. Well, again, she makes that statement in this interview. It sounds really great and grand, and she's willing to share. The truth is, if she's willing to share, put it up on Google Drive like we have and share it. Quit, just quit goofing around. Just share what you have and let the public and those that are truly interested in diving deep, have a look.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
Because if Brenda is correct, we're going to come up to the same conclusion, right, guys?
Yep.
If Brenda has found the truth and Stephen and Brendan committed this horrendous crime, then we're going to come up to the same conclusion.
Yep. That's right.
Right. Jack 61,
So-
any additional comments? Sorry.
Well, no, you're fine. No, just I think, given what we've covered today, I think we just continue this tomorrow in the open mics, pick up right where we left off, and
Yes.
and try to get episode 8 rounded out.
Correct.
Works
Thank
for
you
me.
so much, Jack 61.
5
Fantastic.
p.m. Yep, 5 p.m. Central for those out there that may be new. It'll be the same time as it was today.
Beautiful, beautiful. Susan, how about yourself? And sorry we couldn't finish the episode. Sorry.
I'm just going to reiterate what I said earlier. I don't believe the state's narrative. I do believe Stephen deserves a new trial.
Yes.
I have not ruled out 100% that he didn't kill Teresa. There's still a possibility. I can't come up with any scenario that works for me with how everything went down. So I think the best possibility is that he's innocent, but I will never rule out until I know for sure that he didn't kill her.
And that's fair
So,
enough. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that's
Correct.
where I'm at. And yeah, we are looking for the truth. We're not trying to
Correct.
do anything other than that.
Correct.
I'm not anyway.
No.
And I know everybody here. They're not either.
Because you can't hide from it. The truth will emerge.
I hope.
Yep.
I sure hope so.
Hopefully, hope that it will, but you can't hide it, right?
I can't convict Stephen just on his past deeds. I mean, he hadn't
No.
murdered anybody in the past.
No.
If he had murdered previously, that'd be, something else. But
Correct.
yes, he did horrible things,
Yes, he did.
But
He
I
did.
can't convict him of murder because of his personality or his past deeds.
Correct. You do have to keep an open mind. Thank you so much, Susan. Much
You bet.
appreciated. Thank you. Jude, what about yourself?
Yeah, overall doing well, and I just want to quickly go back to this whole thing between my messages to Brenda and everyone that's listening today. We've had a great amount of people that have been in the live.
Very big.
And I want to just let everyone know this that might potentially be listening to this, whether it's now or in the future. Myself and everyone here on the Foul Play team is the same way, but I'm going to speak to myself right now in particular. You can find me, whether it's in the comments here on YouTube or on any other social or in our Discord, or you'll see me on Facebook from time to time. You can find me and access me. And if you have questions and you want to be pointed towards specific documents in this case, I will more than happily help you find those documents, send them to you, point you in the right direction of how to get to them. I will get you those documents so that you can do your own research. That's what's most important in this case, is that you who have interest in this case can do your own research. I will help you get you that information. And that's what's frustrating to me about someone like Brenda in this case, who she does have documents that we don't have, and she's unwilling to share. That's just extremely selfish. And to me, it speaks volumes as to why she's unwilling to share. We have nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to shy away from. If you want to talk about this case, I'm happy to do so 24/7 with an open mind.
Yes.
And with documents that can support the things that I tend to believe in. So I'm open to conversation. I'm open to helping people understand this case, and I'm open to helping people discover the documents that are available to them to research. And unlike Brenda, I will never say no to providing documents that I have that you might not be able to find.
Correct. Awesome. Thank you so much, Duke. Much appreciated. And again, if you guys have got any questions about the DNA forensics, there's something that you don't understand, just ask me. And I've done tons of presentations on the DNA forensic evidence. It's all there on YouTube under Foul Play. Free, go for it. Ask away. Thank you so much. I don't recall. What about yourself?
I just wanted to say that for me, and I think for all of us, or many of us, it's not just about whether Stephen is guilty or innocent. It's we want fairness in the justice system, and in my opinion, it didn't happen there, and that's why I want to keep talking about it, I guess. Because I didn't realize how bad it was and how bad it could be before, and now I know.
Correct.
Can't stop.
And that's part of my journey too. It's just opened up my eyes to the American criminal justice system, and I tell you what, it is for. I'm not saying that Australian is perfect, but in America, I can see a lot of flaws, a lot of dangers. A lot of dangers.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I don't recall.
Thank you.
And finally, we have Grandma Alice. Welcome, Alice.
Hi, Doc. Thanks.
What time is it where you are?
It is nearly 2:30 in the morning because our clocks went back.
No.
Yeah, it would normally be 3 o'clock or 2:30, but the clocks went back an hour tonight. So we got an extra hour for foul play. So
awesome. What are you complaining about?
No complaining. You've been bad influences and had me up till 5 a.m. at one point. A few
No,
times.
we would never. No, I would never do that.
So yeah, I mean, like everybody else on the panel and that I've said, Doc, I mean, we're here for the truth. I mean, and in my opinion, I know some people say that they can't say that Stephen is innocent 100%. That's fair enough. And anything's possible when it comes to this case. But my feeling and my gut feeling is that Stephen is innocent of this crime. Completely innocent of this crime. And he's been set up for it. Plain, straight and simple. And people can't say, oh, that'll never happen, that can't happen. How many wrongful convictions or how many people have been exonerated on wrongful convictions, especially in America, especially over the last couple of years? There has been at least 40 of them, I would say, that have been exonerated because of wrongful convictions, So it does happen. And on the wrongful convictions, there is a protest for Luke on the 4th of November outside the court on the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. So please, if you're available, please come to that. If I can stream it, I'll stream it. If not, I'll take some videos and I'll play them later on. We've also found out as well, somebody has actually been in touch with the High Court about which transcripts. And they have actually came back and said that we can get the transcripts. They are being converted. They're just now being converted into digital. So, but they could cost us anything up to 22 grand.
Oh, no.
To get the documents. Because it's 40 days of court and it's at least 5 hours a day. So you also pay for the labour of, them transferring it from the paper to digital and that sort of thing. So a rough estimate that we've got just now is like 21,895 or something like that. So we've just rounded it up and say 22 grand. But that's huge. But hopefully, with fingers crossed, that we can do what we've done with Stephen and Brendan's case, and get day 1, and then do that and get the cost of that, and then day 2 or day 3, or it's going to take somebody to outright pay that amount and then share it. That is the only way.
Those
But
transcripts are going to be crucial. They'll be crucial, those transcripts.
Exactly, Doc, exactly. And that's what we're hoping for. I mean, I don't know what's changed or anything like that, but this person has actually been in touch with the actual court and has went through them, and they've said that there is a chance that we could get the transcripts. So we're all fingers crossed for that. Definitely. So, but yeah, just a protest on Saturday, November 4th. So any UK that are listening, get your bums up to Edinburgh and go to the protest and show your support. And please share, like, and subscribe. Foul play if you like what we do.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alice. And again, guys, thank you so much. Please subscribe. Put your DNA on the thumbs up button and share our podcast, and keep a watch out. I'm sure Jack61, myself, and others will be on X at some stage, and hopefully answering questions and getting more information. But until tomorrow, guys, thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
With that said, this has been a Foul Play production.